In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, RonyiQ. I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie. RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising, thank you for being here. I appreciate your support. Let's get into some news of what is going on in your government. Now, I hate that they do not allow cameras in the Supreme Courts when they are hearing arguments for the Supreme Court because it is stated that your president left the arguments in a huff. He left there and he was angry at the direction it appeared the questioning and answering was going about birthright citizenship. And he went on his little lie social, the thing they call truth social. He went on lie social and said that any country that has birthright citizenship is crazy. So he's been living in a crazy country his whole entire life. And he is mad because it doesn't appear at this juncture, based upon the questioning and poor answering of the person that he decided to argue against birthright citizen was effective. So he is angry at every other country. Make any of this make sense? When his own family immigrated to this country, it got so bad. I listened to the arguments, and it was so bad that he usually has the same guy argue for him. John Sauer was the one who successfully argued about his presidential powers that he had, which the Supreme Court messed around and gave him all of this power. As long as he's doing something that he believes is in his power as president, he can't be prosecuted. John Sauer was the same one who argued this case in his first administration that has us where we are, where he is subverting all of the power that does not belong to him, and your senators and congressmen are allowing him to exert all of this power. But as long as he thinks that it's legal, that is in his job as a president, he cannot be prosecuted for. But what if he thinks that he's a pussycat? I mean, who's to say what he could think that is not actually true? So just because he thinks that it's in his power, he can't be prosecuted. This is how we got here. So you never know about this Supreme Court. However, Ketanji Jackson Brown is on the court, so it seems like they will not be so bold and blatant and ignorant like they were in the ruling of about presidential powers. So one of the things that came up in this oral argument was about birth tourism. Uh, John Sauer came up with the uh, proposition that there are people who come to the United States just to have babies, and he called it birth tourism. So one of the justices, I think it was I think it was what is his name? The Chief Justice, John Roberts, asked him, well, what do you know about what type of percentage of people that come here for birth tourism, just to have that? Well, that's a good question, but I really can't say. Now you're going to use that as an argument, but you have no examples, no percentages. He didn't even lie and make up a percentage. He had no answer. I guess he thought that if he lie and make up a percentage, that they would have the actual percentage. But that was one of his arguments. So that may be a reason why 45, 47 got up mad, red and orange. Orange was turning into red, looking like a whole matchstick. Got up, turned on his heels, knocked the chair over. I'm, I'm just putting 20 on 10. Some down, I'm putting 20 on 10. He knocked the chair over and sashayed out of the court. And then this is what I really found was interesting. They asked John Sauer, will tribal Indians be allowed to have birthright citizenship? Tribal Indians, indigenous to this country. And he said, you know what? That's a good question. I have to think about it. That's a good question. I have to think about if the indigenous people of this country should be allowed to have birthright citizenship. And he did not have an easy answer to that simple question. The arrogance in these people wanting to hold their supremacy over other people in this land and in other lands is just disgusting. The arrogance that he could not simply answer if an indigenous tribal Indian would have birthright citizenship on their own land that was stolen by the settlers. The actual nerve. So that's how that went. So let's get into some other news. We're gonna be talking about a lot of stuff that they have been keeping under taps. We're gonna be talking about, since they're talking about the war. Um, Trump officials refers New York AG Leticia James for prosecution again. Did you guys know that they are still trying to drum up charges on Leticia James, the one of the at New York? I believe she's a New York Attorney General who successfully charged and convicted Trump of felonies. Do you know that they are still after Leticia James after they found out that they could not put in a sham prosecutor in Virginia to say that she did fraud on her mortgages for her home in Virginia? So they discreetly placed a former child model of Trump's into the position, illegally placed her in the position, and she went forth and tried to try Leticia James, and she was thrown out of court. Her case was thrown out of court. She was thrown out of the position she was in as well. Y'all remember that Tawdry story. She also tried to try James Comey with fake charges, a fake prosecutor. That this is what your administration is wasting their time and energy on. So they have tried to bring Leticia James up on more erroneous charges. You know, Bill Pulte of the Pulte fortune of the Pulte home builders. This big family, this rich family that builds Pulte homes. You know, the Nepo baby that got a job over housing under the Trump administration. He was the one who said that when illegally had people going through mortgages of certain people who were on the Trump hate list, and he was the one who allegedly discovered this mortgage fraud against these two black women, Leticia James and Lisa Cook, who was over the Fed chair, who Trump fired from her job based upon this alleged mortgage fraud that was found by Bill Pulte. Bill Pulte, who was not even supposed to be rummaging through people's mortgage information. Bill Pulte, after he rummaged through their information, a reporter rummaged through the family members of Bill Pulte and found out that his own father did the exact same thing that Leticia James and Lisa Cook had done on their mortgages. But he never mentioned his daddy because it wasn't a crime. So let's continue. Let me share. Now Bill Pulte has I think he petition put I think he petitioned the courts to file a case on Leticia James for mortgage insurance fraud. This is where we're at. This is what Bill Pulte is doing. He's over Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. And this is what Bill Pulte is doing. Trump official refers New York Attorney General Leticia James for prosecution again. A Trump administration official has made new criminal referrals against New York Attorney General Leticia James to federal prosecutors in Miami. Now understand, she has no property in Miami. She has a piece of property in Virginia and New York City. That's where her property is. Are you curious to why he filed it in Miami? I think he filed it Miami and Chicago. If you're curious why, there's a judge who could possibly get the case if it's in Miami called Eileen Cannon. If you're not familiar with Cannon, Eileen Cannon was the one who dismissed the charges of when Trump got reelected. She dismissed all the charges of him taking information and papers in confidential papers back to Mar-a-Lago. She was the judge who made everything about prosecuting that case so hard for prosecutors. She is in the bed with this Trump administration, in my opinion. So she could possibly be the receiver of this case. That's why he filed the. That's why he referred it to federal prosecutors in Miami. Also, Chicago. They have a very friendly MAGA judge who could possibly get this case. Okay, for the for the two cases of possible homeowners insurance fraud, sources familiar with the matter told CBS News. Federal Housing Finance Agency Director Bill Pulte said in a letter Wednesday to prosecutors in Florida that James may have falsified information on her homeowner's insurance application to a Fort Lauderdale-based company, Universal Property Insurance. So he's trying to say, since the insurance company is based in Florida for a home in Virginia, that it should be tried in Florida. Okay. So he say what these causes were. So then you got people actually sitting in your administration, trying to put people who are doing their job successfully, especially black women, in prison. This is what he's doing. He wants her to be prosecuted for fraud. A Nepo baby who never had to work for anything in his life. Let that sink in. He's doing this for what? Another Nepo baby. Another a scam artist. Let that sink in. Officials in President Trump administration have repeatedly pursued legal actions against James, a long-standing Trump foe. In a True Social post Wednesday night, Mr. Trump wrote that James had been referred again for criminal prosecution for alleged homeowner insurance fraud. Of course, he would put that out. Of course, she's been referred again by whom? By the same person who referred her the last time. And why did they have to appoint the bimbo former child model to the position to bring these charges against Leticia James? Because the man who rightly held the position said that there was no case there. So they got rid of him so they could get an airhead in there and possibly lose her whole fucking law licenses, trying a case of a line about there being a case against Leticia James. So if you are unaware, they are still up to the same thing. Pote sent one of Wednesday referrals to Jason Redding Quinones, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida. That prosecutor is currently leading another investigation into Obama-era officials, including former CIA Director John Brennan, over an intelligence assessment that determined that Russia had tried to interfere with the 2016 presidential election to help benefit Mr. Trump. Last year, Quinones also sought records in connection with Special Counsel Jack Smith investigation into Mr. Trump's, sources previously said. Now, this is another thing that is curious about this Jack Smith prosecution that, what is her name? That the Eileen Cannon was over. You know, Jack Smith was ready to, albeit too late, ready to file his case about the improper collection of confidential information that Trump took to his home. Belatedly, he was ready to file the case. He had set out. He had written down what he wanted to prove and what he thought he could prove, and in his charges. Now, Eileen Cannon, on Trump's behalf, he asked her to seal that document. That the document which said what he found in what Trump was doing with these confidential papers that he was not supposed to have. So as he summarized what he found, and what he thought he would be able to prove in a court of law, it has been put on hush mode because Eileen Cannon did Trump the favor, and she demanded that anything about his findings not be released. So he has that honor given to him by Eileen Cannon. So nothing about the prosecution should be able to be talked about. However, strangely enough, we have the illustrious DOJ Pam Bimbo. Pam Bimbo, who is trying to hide Jeffrey Epstein files. So Pam Bimbo, in the pursuit of hiding Jeffrey Epstein files, in throwing red herrings up to the committee that says that she must release all the files. Guess what Pam Bimbo did? Pam Bimbo released some information from the sealed findings of Jack Smith. Now, the law says Judge Cannon said that this stuff is not to be released, but Pam Bimbo mistakenly released some of that information. And guess who has grabbed on to what was released? What was released was some information that Donald Trump had people on his private jet, including his chief of staff, Susie Weil, and he was showing off this paperwork, this confidential government paperwork to people who were flying on his plane. And it is reported that he was showing this paperwork off to benefit himself financially. Now there are the people who he showed this information to was only 6 people in the United States government had clearance to see this paperwork. This was some top level secret paperwork that Donald Trump took from the White House and sat on his private plane and showed it to a bevy of people who were flying with him. It is reported. Now, who he showed it to has been redacted. So Jamie Raskin wants to know who he showed this paper to. It is reported that this paper had maps of Iran on it, and it has also been sourced that what does this say? MBS Masama bin Salam was one of the passengers on the plane. You know, the Ben Salam who Trump said the other day has to kiss his ass, has to be nice to him. So they are petitioning to get all of the paperwork regarding this showing of this information that was shown on a plane that Pam Bimbo in her inept ass trying to cover up for the Jeffrey Epstein files fucked around and gave to the committee. Are we clear on this? While they're trying to do nefarious things to people who are doing their jobs, the people that they have in their administration are fucking over their jobs entirely. Now there are rumors that they are thinking of firing Pam Bimbo. Did you hear that? Do you know that they are seeking to fire Pam Bimbo? So I'm gonna put this first link. You can finish reading this article at your own in your own time frame if you want to finish this article about how they're trying to once again set up Leticia James while in the meantime they are fucking up their real jobs. Okay. This is the first link in my description box. Let's move forward because I want to get to all of that other craziness that they are doing in this administration. Now let's get to classified documents that I was speaking to you about earlier. Now, let me share my screen with you. Okay, here we go. Trump kept classified documents tied to business interests and showed Susie Wiles a top secret map, a damning DOJ memo reveals. Trump stole documents to so sensitive that only 6 people in the entire U.S. government had access to them. A dramatic lawmaker wrote. That would be Jamie Raskin. Jamie Raskin is uh, requesting all of the information involved in this leak of classified information. Donald Trump may have stolen sensitive government documents linked to his own business activity, as well as shown off a classified map to passengers on his plane, according to a senior Democrat citing memo released by the president's own DOJ. Representative Jamie Raskin said the Department of Justice had provided him with a damning memo about Trump's handling of classified documents. In a letter addressed to Attorney General Pam Bimbo, Raskin said that the disclosure was part of a cache of cherry-picked documents delivered to the House Judiciary Committee in an attempt to smear special counsel Jack Smith, who had investigated Trump's hoarding of classified documents in order to try to undermine the investigation. Raskin, the ranking member of the committee, wrote, "These new disclosures suggest that Donald Trump stole documents so sensitive that only 6 people in the entire U.S. government had access to them. That the documents President Trump stole pertained to his business interests, and that Susie Wiles, then the CEO of Donald Trump's super PAC, witnessed President Trump showing off a classified map to passengers on his private plane. This glimpse into the trove of evidence behind the cover up reveals a president of the United States who may have sold out our national security to enrich himself." So, is there any more? That's all. Okay, there's a little more. The Democrat lawmaker claims have been uh, have renewed focus on Trump classified document case, in which he was criminally indicted under the Espionage Act in June of 2023 for allegedly keeping hundreds of classified materials at his Mar-a-Lago estate after leaving office. Photos emerge of boxes of papers piled up in a bathroom and an office at Mar-a-Lago. The case, spearheaded by Smith, was dismissed in July of 2024 by a federal judge who ruled that Smith had been unconstitutionally appointed. Now, Eileen Cannon said that there can be no such thing as special counsels. And as we know that how many special counsels there have been. So Eileen Cannon, a first-time federal judge in a inexperienced federal judge, said that it is illegal to appoint special counsels to anything. So they let that stand. Okay. A case was by a federal judge who ruled that Smith had been unconstitutionally appointed. The special counsel was appealing that decision until Trump was reelected to the White House in November of that year, after which the case was dropped. So he was appealing, and since Trump got elected, the case of the appeal and the whole case had been dropped. The documents at the center of this case were later returned to Trump. Trump has consistently denied wrongdoing in the case, calling it politically motivated witch hunt. and accused the DOJ of selective prosecution, uh, as he is trying to, for the fourth or fifth time, prosecute Leticia James, who successfully prosecuted him in one trial. Okay. The DOJ of selective prosecution, given former President Joe Biden, was also accused of having classified documents at his home, but was never charged because he never said, "Oh, I don't have them." He said, "Come over and check out the place." "Oh, okay, take that. I didn't know I had it." That's why he didn't say, "Oh, I turned them all over," and then they found out that, oh, he did in fact have still had classified documents like you, Trump. On Wednesday, the White House tore into Raskin over the letter. It is pathetic that Democrats with zero credibility like Jamie Ratkins are still clinging to deranged Jack Smith and his lies in 2026. White House spokesperson Abigail Jackson told The Independent, President Trump did nothing wrong, which is why he easily defeated the Biden DOJ. Well, actually, he did not defeat the Biden DOJ. An unprecedented lawfare campaign against him and won nearly 80 million votes in a landslide election victory. Okay, so this will be, you can peruse this letter as well. Let me. This will be number 2 in my description box. If you want to peruse that, it will be there for you. Now, Jamie Raskin also wrote a letter. Let me see if I can find that letter that Raskin wrote asking for information on this case. Let me see if it's here. It is right here. Let's see. This letter that Jamie Raskin has written. I don't know if it'll be answered by the DOJ, but I believe he wrote a letter to the DOJ, and let's see what it says. Shall we? Let me enlarge this print, please. Bear with me. Yes, the Congress of the United States House of Representatives wrote a letter to Pam Bimbo, the Honorable Pamela J. Bimbo, Attorney General, U.S. Department of Justice. We have long known that as he left office in 2021, President Donald Trump stole classified documents, hoarding them in the ballrooms and bathrooms of his Mar-a-Lago clubhouse, defied subpoenas, and obstructed law enforcement. One lingering question has been why. Why would Donald Trump go to such extraordinary lengths to steal classified documents, hoard them, and refuse to return them? See, he doesn't tell you that he refused to return him. He wants to bring up Joe Biden, but he don't want to tell you that he refused to return the classified documents. And we saw the number of classified documents that he had all throughout his little Mar-a-Lago place. Excuse me, I had to take a drink. Where was I? And refused to return them. Together with Donald Trump, your Department of Justice has been fighting tooth and nail to gag special counsel Jack Smith and bury his reports in order to cover up the answer to this key question. Eileen Cannon, on request of Donald Trump, did put a gag order in on what Jack Smith findings were and what charges he planned to charge Trump with. That was completed, and they put a whole entire gag order on it. Even when Jack Smith testified before Congress, they reminded him that he was not to mention anything that was in this markup of Part B of his findings. Part B was his findings, but they reminded him if he said anything about what he had found, his findings in Part B, they would prosecute him for a crime. Understand? For the past year, the DOJ has been working with Republicans. Hold on. Have for the past year, the DOJ has been working with Republicans of the House Judiciary Committee to wage a campaign retribution against career prosecutors and federal agents who did their duty, followed the facts and the law, and investigated Donald Trump for both conspiring to overturn results of the 2020 presidential election and for hiding and lying about classified documents he stole. As part of the effort, the DOJ earlier this month produced yet another set of cherry picked documents relating to Jack Smith, Arctic Frost, and uh, a plasmic echoes investigation. Apparently, blinded by the frenzied search to find any scrap of evidence that could be twisted and distorted to level an attack against Special Counsel Smith, despite constantly coming up empty handed. You have quite amazingly missed the fact that some of the documents you provide include damning evidence about your boss's conduct, and may well violate the gag order your DOJ and Donald Trump demanded from Judge Eileen Cannon. So you gave us information that y'all went to so many heights to get a gag order on, and here you are in your sloppy attempt to make Jack Smith look bad. You release some of the gag order material. You dumb bitch. Okay. Uh, these are new disclosures suggesting that Donald Trump stole documents so sensitive that only 6 people in the entire U.S. government had access to them. That the documents President Trump stole pertained to his business interests, and that Susie Wiles, then the CEO of Donald Trump's super PAC, witnessed President Trump showing off a classified map to passengers on his private plane. This glimpse into the trove of evidence behind the cover up reveals a president of the United States who may have sold out our national security to enrich himself. Let me see. Let me see what else. When Special Counsel Smith and his deputies appeared before Congress, they could not answer this committee's questions about the classified documents case under threat of potential federal prosecution because of the gag order Judge Cannon issued at the request of Donald Trump. Judge Cannon's protective order broadly prevents the disclosure to the public of any discovery material or any information delivered therein. Mr. Smith authorization letter from the DOJ expressly prohibit him from discussing a volume 2 of the special counsel report and any information or conclusions in the volume 2 or draft thereof. DOJ clearly does not view itself as bound to these same restrictions. On the afternoon of Friday, March 13th, DOJ produced several documents involving the classified documents case to the House Committee on Judiciary, including non-public information apparently barred from release by Judge Cannon's order. What is more, a significant portion of the pages in one production are marked contain 6. And sealed material that would be a crime for seemingly actual contents in grand jury material. It obliterates the government's own argument before Judge Cannon that a, a careful Rule 6E, review is no longer feasible given the departure of special counsel and his team from the Department of Justice. In short, the position that the DOJ appears to be that it can violate Judge Cannon's order and grand jury secrecy whenever it sees an opportunity to smear Jack Smith. What are they asking in all of this? Most damning is these documents, cherry-picked by your own DOJ for disclosure, show about President conduct. They include a January 13, 2023 a memorandum in which prosecutors wrote that the Federal Bureau of Investigation determined that the classified documents President Trump retained from the White House were commingled with documents created after Trump left the office. FBI also found that certain classified documents President Trump improperly retained would be pertinent to certain business interests. DOJ prosecutors further asserts that these classified documents pertinent to his business interests establish a motive for retaining them. We must have those documents. So if you want to peruse the whole letter, wait a minute. They want all the documents. They are asking for the documents since they have been released, and it seems that they can release them when they feel the need to smear Jack Smith. They can release them, but in any other circumstances, they cannot be released. So he is demanding that they be released. Well, we know that he's demanding them from Pam Bimbo. They will not be released. The memorandum further specifies that the disclosure of these documents represented an aggravated potential harm to national security. The prosecutors also wrote that these were highly sensitive documents, the type of documents that only presidents and officials with the most sensitive authority have. One particularly sensitive document was accessible by only 6 people, including the president. So, let me see what else. These are how sensitive these documents were. That it is reported that your president was showing off, possibly, to the crown prince. Possibly. June 2022, president apparently took classified documents on a flight to his golf course in Bedminster, New Jersey. Determined that they identified a classified map that they believe Trump may have shown to individuals on board that airplane, and that their investigation indicates that Susan Wiles, the CEO of his super PAC, was there. I want to know who else was there. Let me see. Without access to Volume 2 of the Special Counsel's final report, the investigative files, we do not know what the classified map contained, nor can we determine it from the memo, the relationship between classified documents President Trump stole and those pertinent to his business interests. We do know that around the same time this flight to Bedminster, President Trump was entering into a partnership with Saudi-backed Live Golf and state-linked real estate firm Dar Al Arqam. A month after this flight in July of 2022, President Trump played golf at Bedminster with Yasser Rafaran, head of the Sovereign Wealth Fund for Saudi Arabia, the same official who plied the Trump family with tens of millions of dollars as the family began to run out of money between terms. During this trip, President Trump defended his business partners from criticism levied at them by the families of the 9/11 victims, protesting the Saudi government's role in the attack, saying inaccurately that nobody's gotten to the bottom of 9/11. Unfortunately, we also know that there are reports that Donald Trump, at one point, while on the phone with his ghostwriter, made reference to having classified records relating to relating to the honorable to the bombing of Iran. He also reportedly boasted that it was only the hawks who wanted to attack Iran, not him, and that he had Pentagon war plans done by the military and given to me about such a potential attack. Wait a minute. He also reported and boasted that it was only the Hawks who wanted to attack Iran, not him, and that he had Pentagon war plans done by the military and given to me about such a potential attack. If this map is related to our military posture in the Middle East, and it was in fact shown to any foreign official, Saudi or otherwise, that would amount to an unforgivable betrayal of our men and women in uniform who are currently valiantly fighting in President Trump's disastrous war against Iran. It is now clear that the DOJ is in possession of evidence that President Trump has already endangered national security to further the interests of the Trump family business. It is time for you to stop the cover up and allow the American people to know what the secrets he betrayed and how he may have cashed in on them. Our country is at war. American lives are at stake, and the answer to these questions has never been more pressing. According to Accordingly, please provide detailed answers to the following questions by 5 p.m. on March 31st, 2026, all of which are required to understand the full context of the documents your DOJ itself produced. Should any of the answers to the questions require the exposure of classified information or information which could harm national security of the United States and its service members and staff, stand ready to receive that information in a sensitive, compartmentalized information facility, a SCIF. Okay, what's the questions? Who else was on the plane with President Trump from Florida to Bedminster, New Jersey, July 3rd, 2022? Who on that plane did President Trump show the classified map to? Did the special counsel office find any evidence that President Trump showed the map to anyone else? What did the classified map detail? Now, see, Jack Smith has all the answers to these questions because these are all of the things that he worked up in his decision what to try 45, 47 on. But by the request of the president, Eileen Cannon has squashed any possibility of anything in Jack Smith report being told by Jack Smith or anybody else who did any investigation on part 2 of the investigation into these confidential papers. How convenient. Okay. Okay, number 3. What did the classified map detail? Number 4. Which documents did President Trump improperly retain that were pertinent to his business interests, and which specific business interests? Number 5, which members of President Trump's family engaged in his business ventures saw or were made aware of the content of the classified documents? Please specifically reference Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump, Jared Kushner, Ivanka Trump, and Barron Trump in your answers. Which documents did President Trump steal that were so sensitive that only 6 people in the entire federal government had access to it? Do you think that Pam Bimbo is going to answer any of these questions? She probably chucked this right in the trash can because they're so arrogant. Because they're so arrogant. Did any of the documents President Trump stole or showed to other individuals uh, after your term in office relate to the U.S. government's war plans in the Middle East? Did any foreign actors access or attempt to access the classified documents either in their paper form or when uploaded to, to staffers' computers? If so, which foreign actors? In addition, DOJ must cease cherry picking investigative materials and produce all remaining investigative files, including memorandums, emails, and analysis prepared by the Special Counsel's Office by 5 p.m. on April 14th, 2026. As a matter of priority, DOJ must produce the unredacted sealed chart of the aircraft and redacted version of which is enclosed with the letter and the full unredacted January 13, 2023 memo that at DOJ JSAF, subject to all rules and regarding grand jury secrecy. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Jamie Raskin. Okay, did I put this in the... Now, let's see. I want us to guess if you think that Pam Bimbo is going to give him any of this. This is number 3 in my description box. If you want to peruse it for yourself, go over to my description box and hit link number 3. Now, this is what... So these are the questions that we have. And your girl Eileen Cannon has prevented any information about any of this coming out to the public. Isn't that convenient? On behalf of your president who told her to do so. So let's see if we think that this information is going to get out. Let me, hold on. I have one more on this. Oh, that's the, no. I don't need to show you that. I've already showed you the letter. There's another one where Jamie Raskin suggests that Trump leveraged classified documents for financial gain. Oh, I've showed you the letter. It's just an article reporting on the letter. I'll put that in the link as well. That will be under, so you can read another article, but that will be under link 3 as well. Let me add this article if you want to read another article about it. Okay, it is there. Now, what I want to get to is Pam Bimbo stating that that they will not be that they will not be archiving all of the things that the president does. You know how all of the memos and the notes and that the president does are always archived. They have to save all of their notes about things that they did, communications. Pam Bimbo said that this White House will not be doing that. We know that this White House will not be doing that because we found early on when this White House Vice President Susie Wiles, uh, the Defense Secretary, the National Security Advisor were all on a Signal app, a app that is known to delete all of what was said and done while on the app. So we already knew early on that they had no intention on letting the archiving what has been done in this administration. We also know that the Doge officials, the Doge guys, also worked on the Signal app, the app that would erase all of the things that they have done, all of the communications they have done. So I don't even understand why it is a big story now that this administration does not plan to archive all of the information about the things this administration has done. But there is a new story out about that. I think we should have known. Where is that story? Where is that story? Do I have that story? I think I do. Here we go. That's not the one. Hold on one second. Please be the one. Oh my God. Let me see. That's not the one. I hope I bookmarked it. Yes. Let me see. One second. Nope, I don't have it. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. I can't believe that I didn't. It's the Trump administration removing part of history. Let me see. Let me see if this is it. No, that is not it. I apologize. I don't have it right in front of me. I could have sworn I saved it to produce, but let's move forward because I do have something else I would like to talk about today. The casualty of a cover up. Now, we know, we know that this administration, when they first start talking about the deaths, the Iran war, when they announced the first 6 deaths, Your administration told you that, hey, well, there are going to be many, many more deaths. So my question was, what type of country comes out and when announcing death tell you that there are going to be many more? And I question if there had not already been many more. Now the question is being broadly suspected that there have already been many more casualties in Iran than your government is telling you. Uh, let's get into a casualty cover up. This is a question that is being asked about uh, your soldiers fighting for the Trump uh, poorly planned, poorly executed, poorly explained reason for going to Iran. Um, Casualty cover up that the Pentagon is hiding U.S. losses under Trump in the Middle East. This is from The Intercept. Okay, here we go. Almost us, well, that's since 2023. U.S. Central Command, CENTCOM, which oversees military operations in the Middle East, appears to be a engaging in what the defense official called a casualty cover-up, offering the Intercept lowball and outdated figures and failing to provide clarification on military death and injuries. At least 15 U.S. troops were wounded Friday in an Iranian attack on a Saudi airbase that hosts the American troops, according to two government officials who spoke with The Intercepts. Hundreds of U.S. personnel have been killed or injured in the region since the U.S. launched war on Iran just over a month ago. Hundreds of U.S. personnel have been killed or injured. So that's not just straight up people who have died, killed, or injured in the region since the U.S. launched a war on Iran just over a month ago. Now I heard about 100 and some people who were hurt in some explosion, but over 100 had already returned to duty. I did hear about that, but they're questioning if these people are returning to duty or are they more badly mangled. President President 4547, who wore a blue suit, red tie, and a ball cap to the dignified transfer of the first Americans killed in the war, said casualties were inevitable. When you have conflicts like this, you always have death, he said afterwards. I met with the parents and they were unbelievable people. I'm not going to read this lie because I have already showed you the parents of one soldier who said that they don't understand why this war is even going on. It doesn't make any sense. While he comes out and tell you all the parents have told him to finish the job. The parents don't even know what the job is of the parents of the one of the soldiers who died in the refueling plane. They have came out and they have spoken their bewilderment on why their son, their only child, died in a war of choice. So let's keep it a buck. On Tuesday, Trump teased that he would wind down the war with Iran in as little as 2 weeks, despite not achieving many of his stated aims, which as freedom for the people of Iran, taking the oil in Iran, and forcing Iran's unconstitutional surrender. Remember how that was one of the things? At one point, the president even declared the war would last as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. And what about that little pesky thing about opening up the Strait of Hormuz? It seems like the Strait of Hormuz is off the docket. CENTCOM has sent outdated statements on casualty numbers, meanwhile, resulting in undercounts, including a statement sent Monday from spokesperson Captain Tim Hawkins, noting that since the start of Operation Epic Fury, approximately 303 service members have been wounded. The comment was 3 days old and excluded at least 15 wounded in the Friday attack on Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. The command did not reply to repeated requests for updated figures. CENTCOM also would not provide a count of troops who had died in the region since the start of the war. An intercept analysis puts the number at no less than 15, but they're saying 13. In This is quite obviously a subject that War Secretary Pete Kegbreth and the White House want to keep under a major wrap, said the defense official who spoke on the condition of anonymity in order to speak frankly. In 2024, during the Biden administration, the Pentagon provided the Intercept with detailed chronologic chronologic chronologies chronologies of attacks chronological attacks in the on the U.S. Bases in the Middle East that listed specific outposts that was attacked, the type of strike, and whether or how many casualties resulted, along with an aggregate count of attacks by country. You got this under Biden, the Biden administration. Biden told you all of that. Okay, the Trump administration numbers, by comparison, lack detail and clarity. The current CENTCOM casualty figures do not appear to include more than 200 sailors treated for smoke inhalation or otherwise injured due to a fire that raged aboard the USS Gerald Ford before it limped off to South Bay, Greece for repairs. CENTCOM did not reply to close to a dozen requests for clarification on the casualty count and related information sent this week. CENTCOM and the White House should be providing accurate and timely information on the cost and casualties that involve casualty involved casualties involved in this war. Hold on one second. CENTCOM and the White House should be providing accurate and timely information on the costs and casualties involved in this war. After all, it's American taxpayers who are funding it, and U.S. economic prosperity and economic well-being that is being undermined by it. Jennifer Kavanaugh, a director of the military analysis at Defense Priorities, a think tank that advocates for measured U.S. foreign policy, told The Intercept. As the U.S. has recently bombarded Iran and the country has responded with attacks on U.S. bases across the Middle East using ballistic missiles and drones, CENTCOM refuses to even offer simple counts of U.S. bases that have been attacked during the war. We have nothing for you, a spokesperson told The Intercept, as analysis by The Intercept, however, finds that bases in Bahrain, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, and the United Arab Emirates have been targeted. On Tuesday, Hegseth said that Iran retained the ability to retaliate for U.S. strikes, but that their attacks would be ineffectual. Yes, they still, wait a minute. Yes, they will still shoot some missiles. Yes, they will still shoot some missiles, he said, but we will shoot them down. Really? Really? What if you don't shoot them down? What if some of the missiles actually hit? So yes, they can still shoot, but we'll shoot the missiles down. You know the ignorance of this defense secretary, the ignorant utterances from this defense secretary, while he think that he is bolstering some type of strength and some type of uh, uh, some type of being capable of winning this war, it just frightens me. The immaturity of this defense secretary, the unseriousness of this defense secretary. Who can take this man serious? I can't. I cannot. On Tuesday, Hexef said that Iran retained the ability to retaliate for U.S. strikes, but that their attacks would be ineffectual. Yes, they will still shoot some missiles, he said, but we will shoot them down. On Wednesday morning, officials in Bahrain, Kuwait, and Qatar all reported missiles or drone attacks from Iran. You know, all of these missiles attacks that they are supposedly incapable of doing because they are running out of munitions. Iran strikes have forced U.S. troops to retreat from their bases to hotels. Your military is staying in a hotel. Now, the thing that I want to know, I think it's the what is it? The Amendment 3 of the Constitution that said, I think it's Amendment 3, that your military should not, will not be able to uh, seek refuge in the homes and places that civilians stay. What about Article 3 of the Constitution? Is it Article 3? No, I think it's Article 3. Let me see. No, it's not Article 3. Could it be? Let me see. Let me see which article it is. Article 4 of the Constitution. Let me see. No. What article is it? I know it's early on. Let me see. Let me look at them all. Articles of the Constitution. Amendments. I'm looking for amendments. I'm not looking for the articles. I'm looking for the amendments. Bear with me. Let's see what amendment I am speaking of. One, freedom of speech. Two, rights to bear arms. Third, permits the government. Yes, it is the Third Amendment. Prohibits the government from quartering soldiers in private homes during peacetime. Oh, I don't think that's it. During peacetime? What about during war times? I thought that it was during war time. Okay, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Let's see what the Third Amendment says. The Third Amendment prohibits the quartering of soldiers in private homes without the owner's consent, reflecting a response to colonial grievances against the British military practices. The British used to just come over there and just enter the homes and uh, throw the residents aside. So the Third Amendment of the Constitution prevents that. And I don't think that the British were coming over to America and doing that during peace times. I think that that was done during war times. No soldier shall, in time of peace, be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a maneuver to be prescribed by law. That's okay. So it covers peacetime and wartime. So why I'm asking this is why there are people over in the Middle East who are staying in these hotels. So when our air bases, our bases get struck, why is it that they are allowed to harbor these people among civilians? Isn't that against the Third Amendment? Everybody is so concerned about their right to bear arms. What about your right to not be a target because your military is so inept that they are getting struck and they are getting their military bases destroyed? So now they're gonna bring these people to the hotel for me to be a sitting duck for the military who can't explain why they even at war with a country. That's why I was wondering about the Third Amendment because I know that the British were doing that when they were coming over to the states to fight. So y'all don't have no questions about that? I guess not. I guess there's no questions about that. Someone said, "Of course they are hiding many deaths." Hey, Very Carey. Hey, William. It's good to see you. Hey, newbie. Joe. Mad. Oh, okay. Let me see. He works for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac when he's not an executive for Pulte Homes, or is he? I don't know him to be an executive for Pulte Homes at all. Pulte is a joke. Never buy a Pulte home. Okay, you that was way back. Okay, so I'm just really curious about why our military is hiding in hotels. Did you guys know that our military, once their bases are struck and destroyed, that they are harboring our military personnel in hotels? Okay, let me continue. Iranian strikes have forced U.S. troops to retreat from their bases to hotels and official buildings across the region, according to two government officials. The defense official was livid about the Pentagon's failure to adequately harden the bases and ridiculed Hegseth Thursday prayer at a Pentagon press conference. My God, watch over them all. Each day, each night, may his almighty and eternal arm of providence stretch over them and protect them, said Hexelf. Why didn't Hexelf protect them? The defense official asked. Anyone with a brain knew these attacks were coming because Hexelf doesn't have a brain. He thinks that these soldiers are to be torn apart, lives lost under some divine mission that they are carrying out, because the bloodlet is to be able to say how much blood was shed for freedom, but none of his own, and none of the blood from the millionaires and billionaires will be shed for said freedoms. The blood that he wants shed, so he can try to go and buy defense stock, and right before the war was about to start, why he wanted to invest millions in defense accounts, defense stock. Insider trading is what he was worried about. He wasn't worried about protecting the troops. He was worried about profiting off the war via insider trading. This is what Pete Kegbreath was worried about before the start of the war. He wasn't worried about insulating our military bases against strikes that were going to be sure to come. What he knew was going to be sure to come was a lot of defense contractors making billions of dollars. That's what he tried to ensure himself, that he would be a part of this fucking landfall of cash that defense contractors would be receiving because this war was starting. That's what Pete Kegbreath was worried about. Insider trading. Why didn't Hexef protect them? The defense official asked. Anyone with a brain knew these attacks were coming. Pentagon spokesperson Kingsley Wilson did not respond to multiple requests for comment. Of course not. Retired General Vosoval, a former head of Central Command, recalled that the U.S. troops in the region have faced drone attacks for at least a decade. At that time, we identified a need to protect against this threat, and it has taken far too long for the DoD to respond and provide adequate protection for our deployed troops, he said in the Intercept, referencing drone attacks during the campaign against ISIS, and in the spring of 2016, it was a known expectation that if attacked, Iran would retaliate against our bases, installations, and forces. I agree that we should have anticipated and been prepared for this inevitability. Kavanaugh, who previously called attention to the vulnerability of U.S. outposts in the Middle East, echoed Vodal. It has been clear for years that the rapid proliferation of drones and cheap missiles would put U.S. bases and U.S. Early detection radars in the region at risk. Yet the Pentagon did little to protect them, she said. The failure to invest in hardened infrastructure was a choice. Congress should see this failure as evidence that simply giving the Pentagon more money is not a path to national security. Because we do know that more money given to the Pentagon, they have $1 trillion budget that they had a 800 and some $billion budget last year, and in September of last year to make sure that they didn't lose the funding that they had, your Defense Secretary Pete Kegbreath blew $93 billion in a "if you don't use it, you'll lose it" campaign. And we do know that this big a bloated bill has given the Pentagon a $1 trillion budget for 2026. When in 2025, under the leadership of Kegbreath, they blew the fucking budget on $93 billion on bullshit and contracts that they have not even told you who got these contracts, and lobster and ribeye steaks and furniture and crab legs and bullshit and ice cream machines and fucking fruit stands and all of this shit. This is what your Pentagon has done with your money. But these active soldiers over there in the Middle East, they are telling you how they are not doing the simplest thing with the budget that they have and with the knowledge that they have of how easily Iran could strike them with these inexpensive drones. And your Pentagon went from an 800 and some $1 billion budget to a $1 trillion budget, and the simplest thing has not been done to protect these soldiers who are in harm's way. Let that sink in. As Pete Kegbreath comes out here with all of these mealy ass ABC rhymes about being warriors and warrior ethos and being prepared and being the next in line for greatness and all of this bullshit that he shoves down your throat while reading off of a motherfucking cue card. All of this bullshit that you have heard from Kegbreath. And this is what is actually going on the ground. They're not even supply. The first 6 people who lost their life in this war were in a fucking trailer, a tin can trailer, and they had some cement blocks around it, allegedly to protect them. They were in a tin can. The first 6 people who are out there alone by themselves, stranded in a tin can, sitting ducks. But your Pentagon has a $1 trillion budget. Let that sink in. Okay, let me see. I have. It has been clear for years. I read that. Simply giving the Pentagon more money is not a path to national security. We would be better off if bases across the region were closed for good, she added. In public statements, Iran Foreign Minister Saeed Abbas called out the U.S. for using civilians in nearby Arab monarchies of the Gulf or cooperative council states as human shields. The U.S. soldiers fled military bases in the GCC to hide in hotels, and officials, he wrote on X last week, hotels in U.S. denied bookings to officers who may endanger customers. GCC hotels should do the same. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The Third Amendment to the Constitution actually deals with that. But we know that this administration don't give a fuck about no constitution. Voto also expressed concern about troops using hotels and offices, noting it could turn normal civilian infrastructure into military targets for the regime. They don't care. They're hitting normal targets anyway. They're talking about attacking the infrastructure, the lights and all of that. That's those are war crimes. They're saying they're going to commit war crimes. They don't give a fuck about no military targets. Everything is a military target. Why do you think they striking schools and colleges? Those are everything is a target. After seeing the no pushback from the world about what Israel did over in Gaza. Everything is a military target, and they're going to have an excuse for everything. Have they finished that investigation that Kegbreath said that they were going to do to find out who struck that school on the first day of this war? Have you heard any updates on that investigation? Isn't that the same playbook that Israel used to always use when they said that innocent reporter was lost their lives, innocent this had been struck? It didn't Israel always say, "Oh, we're going to investigate that and we're going to get back to you," only never to get back to you? So has Kegbreath gotten back to you about who struck that school? The same school that Kegbreath and your president came out and said Iran struck themselves, and then they had to walk back that lie. And the last thing you heard that it was being investigated. Okay, so this is the information that I wanted to give you. Last month, Iranian drone strike on a hotel in Bahrain wounded two War Department employees, according to State Department cable reviewed by the Washington Post. Sitcom did not respond to a request to confirm to the Intercept that those inquiries stem from a March 2nd attack on the Crown Plaza Hotel, a luxury property in Bahrain capital, but one official indicated that it was likely. They're staying in luxury hotels on top of it. Oh, so are they emptying these hotels of all the other people who are staying in the tourists and all the other people, or are they just making these hotels targets? I just want to know, why are your military staying in hotels? Why is it necessary to stay in hotels? Were the people who fought in Vietnam, did they have the luxury of staying in hotels, or were they actual real soldiers that had to stick it out in the weather, whatever the weather presented to them? But with a $1 trillion budget, you can stick people up in luxury hotels under this military, and they're talking about cutting healthcare once again to pay for this farce, this folly of foolishness. They're talking about cutting Medicaid more. They've already took between 17 and 25 million people off of Medicaid in this big beautiful bill. You don't know, you have not felt it yet because the cuts are set to kick in after the midterm elections. Now they are talking about paying the military $200 billion more dollars via cutting health care, cutting Medicaid, and you're going to feel it. Everyone is going to feel this. Be sure. Okay. At least 15 U.S. troops in the Middle East have died since the beginning of the Iranian war, including 6 personnel who were killed in a drone strike on Port Shaban, Kuwait, and a soldier who died due to enemy attack on March 1st at the Prince Sultan Air Base. More than 520 U.S. personnel have also been injured, including those who suffered smoke inhalation on the Ford aircraft carrier, Gerald Ford aircraft carrier. Prior to current war with Iran, U.S. bases in the Middle East were increasingly targeted by a mix of one-way attack drones, rockets, mortars, and close-range ballistic missiles after Israel war in Gaza began in October of 2023. Most of the attacks occurring in the year following the onset of the conflict. At least 175 troops were killed or wounded in those attacks, including 3 service members who died in January of 2024 strike on Tower 22, a facility in Jordan. Other attacks targeted Al Assad Air Base, the Baghdad Diplomatic Support Center, Camp Victory, Union 3, Ibril, Ibril Air Base, and Bashur Air Base in Iraq. Al Tafan Garson. Oh, I have such problems with these Middle Eastern names. They're like all of these air bases have been struck. A whole plethora of air bases. I am not trying to. Tamar in Syria, uh, patrol base, Shadi Ramin landing zone, Tel Badar and Tel Tamar in Syria. Oh my God. The casualty statistics do not include contractors. Most of them are foreigners who suffered non combative injuries. Official U.S. statistics show that there are almost 12,900 casualties of injuries in contractors in the CENTCOM area of operation during 2024 alone. We don't care about 2024. We're talking about during the war. We have a president with utter contempt for truth, aggressively using the government's full power to dismantle free press. Corporate news outlets have cowered, becoming accessories in Trump's project to create a post-truth America. Right wing billionaires have pounced by buying up media organizations and rebuilding the information environment to their liking. This is in this most perilous moment for democracy. The Intercept is fighting back, but to do so effectively, we need to grow. That is a little message of truth about the fact that all of your media is being bought up by billionaires who wants to tell a story of lies and show that they can lie to you and uh, keep their interests only positively affecting them and their billions and their corporations. So this is going to be link number 4 in my description box. We see all of these media monopolies that are going on in the United States. And that's what it gets you. It gets you a war that you have no war correspondents actually on the ground, actually able to show you what is going on. Oh, sure, they'll prop up a couple of people and not allow them to pan their cameras in Israel and all of this stuff. So you have to do a due diligence to find what is really going on in the United States military. Let me see. Is there something else I wanted to? Hold on. Now, I didn't. I didn't do this story on yesterday. On Saturday, when they had all of these protesters out protesting this government, two military planes decided to fly by Kid Rock's house and hover uh, in front of his pool as Kid Rock stood out on his deck like an old country crackhead and was saluting and giving thumbs up to these copters. Not one copter, but two of your military copters. This is what they found time to do when they weren't flying low over people who were protesting your government, they decided to go to the country Kid Rock MAGA supporter and salute him and be saluted by him. So when this was found out, when Kid Rock put it on social media, I'm pretty sure many of you saw this. These pilots were suspended. Rightly so. Rightly so, I would say. They were suspended. So, uh, in keg breath fashion, what happened? A keg breath lift suspension of Army helicopter crews who flew over Kid Rock's Nashville home. He has lifted the suspension of them. Crew members of two Army helicopters seen on video flying over the swimming pool at Kid Rock's home are no longer facing disciplinary action. Defense Secretary Kegbreath said Tuesday that the military would be lifting the suspension, announced hours earlier by the Army, pending an investigation into the incident. Uh, there you have it. There you have it. No punishment, no investigation, Hegdeff wrote on social media. The Army said it opened an administrative investigation after the performer posted a video over the weekend showing him applauding and saluting an attack helicopter near his outdoor pool. Major Russell, a spokesperson for the Army, said Tuesday that the aircrew involved in the incident had been suspended from flight duties while the Army reviews the circumstances surrounding the mission, including whether any action or safety protocol, approval requirements, or airspace regulations were violated. They don't know if any airspace regulation was violated, but Pete Kegbreath said, no matter. We're not investigating it, and we're not even punishing these people, even if airspace was used without permission, and this could have caused some type of air crash. We know that under this administration, planes and helicopters have been colliding like a mofo. But Pete Kegbreath doesn't care if airspace was invaded or not about these helicopters who are going over to Kid Rock's house to get a salute from a motherfucker who ain't never thought about going to the service. Make that make sense. The Army has confirmed that on March 28th, two Apache helicopters from the 101 Combat Aviation Brigade at Fort Campbell, Lord have mercy, at Fort Campbell, that is in Tennessee and Kentucky. Fort Campbell is one of the bases that most of the military are shipped out from. Okay. The 101st Combat Aviation Brigade at Fort Campbell conducted a flight in the Nashville area that has attracted public and media attention, Russell said. He added that the Army takes any allegations of unauthorized, unsafe flight operations very seriously and is committed to enforcing standards and holding personnel accountable. Well, obviously, Pete Kegbreath isn't. The one who talk about people doing getting their position on merit. Obviously, he doesn't care about merit when it is non people of color who are doing whatever they want to do. Kid Rock has long been a vocal supporter of 4547, performing at the 2024 Republican National Convention and Turning Points USA failure of a all-American halftime show. He used the Fourier the flyover as an opportunity to spar with California Governor Gavin Newsom, who has frequently poked fun at the singer, writing on social media, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I just wanted you to know that this will not be punished by the administration. Uh, keg breath. Let me see if I can find that flyover. Let me see. Let me see if I can show this to you, just in case you haven't seen this. Just in case no one has seen this, let's let me show. Let me share this with you. Here we go.
Morning, the Army launching an administrative review into why two Apache attack helicopters performed a low-altitude maneuver in front of the Nashville, Tennessee home of Kid Rock over the weekend. This video showing a helicopter hovering over Kid Rock's pool and another doing a flyby above it, as the singer, standing next to a replica of the Statue of Liberty, is seen clapping and then saluting the crew before they fly away. Kid Rock, a staunch MAGA supporter of President Trump, with a sign reading "The Southern White House" over his head, posting the video online saying, "God bless America and all those who have made the ultimate sacrifice to defend her." The Apache helicopters at Kid Rock's mansion now raising questions for the Army. Kid Rock speaking to ABC affiliate WKRN.
I think they're going to be all right. My buddy's commander in chief. I mean, what are they looking into? They stopped for, I don't know, seconds, a minute. Maybe they were here 3-4 minutes, just say what's up, went on.
In a statement, the Army saying Army aviators must adhere to strict safety standards, professionalism, and established flight regulations. Appropriate action will be taken if any violations are found. The Army adding that the helicopters were in the Nashville area for a training exercise. Because they were already on a training mission, this did not likely cost the taxpayers additional money, but the Army will want to know why that training mission turned into a personal appearance and whose idea it was. This morning, the Army launching an administrative review into why two Apache attack
I done talked all of my shit with my mic off. So let's continue. I was like, let's continue. Yeah, we have to continue because your mic is off. So let me share some things that I also want to share with you. Uh, you guys know that Trump did a in an appearance. He had some words last night. Words of full lies, words of things that we've already heard, things that we already know to be untrue. But your president decided to do a presentation on yesterday. So let's see what your president spoke on yesterday. Shall we? Let's get into what the president had to come out and say to the people on yesterday. Where is it? Oh, here we go. I think we'll start here.
This is positive for us. I'm allowed, that meaning we are allowed to continue building as necessary to, let's see, what is that? To cover the safety and security of the White House and its grounds. So it says here.
This is President Trump when he found out that a judge has ruled that he is not the owner of the White House. This was in the ruling, and that he has to stop building on this grand ballroom that he was speaking of building on. So this is your president sitting down saying how, well, they don't say when they tell me that I must stop building the ballroom. That's not really what it says here. He's trying to say that because that there is a hole in the wall, because of his actions of tearing down the East Wing, that it is for his safety, that something has to be built there to so that there won't be a big hole in the wall because it has something to do with his safety. So they're not saying that I can't build here the ballroom anymore because I'm building a bunker for my safety under the ballroom so I can continue to build the ballroom. This is what your president is sitting in the White House pretending like he still has the authority to build the ballroom in the White House. So let's get into it. Let's see his rationale.
Very carefully, the safety and security have to be protected of the White House grounds. Well, that's what we're doing because everything's bulletproof glass, et cetera, including the ballroom. And then it goes construction and all of the things necessary. It says personal safety of the president and his staff are a part of that. So it talks about that we're allowed to continue building. In other words, he put an order on, and even that he gave 14 days. We don't need it because that's what we're doing. He's allowed to continue building as necessary. And when it talks about the safety and security of the White House and its grounds. So just so you know, I wrote some of the thing down. We have a drone-proof roof, and it talks about the president and his staff. Well, we don't have a lot of bulletproof glass. The White House was built a long time ago. This has the highest level of, in fact, they call this grass, the glass, it's bulletproof and it's ballistic proof. It's very thick. It's like that. And it's going 45 feet high, and every window is covered, every door is covered. The roof is drone proof. We have secure air handling systems. You know, bad things happen in the air if you have bad people.
All right, you get where he's.
Okay, so you understand that he, it seems like he is not going to follow another judge's order. He's trying to rationalize that's what we're doing is a full bulletproof glass and all of this stuff, all of the illegal stuff. It appears that they are going to try to continue to build the gaudy ballroom, even though they have been told that they can no longer build the ballroom. So let's get into some more convoluted thinking of your president as he came live to update you about how the war is going. Are you curious about how the war is going? Well, let's find out from Nimnuts. Let's hear all the bullshit and lies. Wait a minute. I have something about the Strait of Hormuz before we go. Let me go
Air
to
Flight 655 takes off from Iran's Bandar Abbas airport for a short flight to Dubai. Early on, the plane was climbing along its standard route. Below, the USS Vincennes was passing through the Strait of Hormuz. 7 minutes in, airport controllers hand the crew off. Have a nice flight, they say. 15 seconds later, the US ship fires missiles at the plane. The plane explodes and immediately disintegrates into pieces. 274 passengers, 16 crew members, 254 Iranian people, 13 Emiratis, 10 Indians, 6 Pakistanis, 6 Yugoslavians, 1 Italian, 65 kids, and 0 survivors. US officials said the crew thought the plane was an attacking Iranian fighter jet, ignoring warnings and descending rapidly toward the ship.
They thought a plane that was headed into the sky was coming down to attack the ship. Is that what they wanted us to believe? If you guys are not familiar with this story about how an Iranian plane was shot down by our military over their land, let's continue.
But the plane wasn't descending, it was steadily climbing, still early on its route used by passenger planes every day, and it was broadcasting a civilian signal. On the other hand, it was the US ship that was sailing within Iranian waters, which the US only later admitted. 8 years after the attack, the US agreed to a deal to end the case at the International Court of Justice. They would pay just a little under $62 million to the victims' families and would not admit liability. No one was held accountable. George H.W. Bush, who was vice president at the time, seemed to have very little remorse for the situation.
I'll never apologize for the United States of America. Ever. I don't care what the facts are.
That attitude is what leads to today, where so many of us have not even heard of this. Something that, for the rest of the world, especially Iran, is unforgettable.
Let's hear that again. Let's hear that again for the people in the back.
Iran Air Flight 655 takes off from Iran's Bandar Abbas airport for a short flight to Dubai. Early on, the plane was climbing along its standard route. Below, the USS Vincennes was passing through the Strait of Hormuz. 7 minutes in, airport controllers hand the crew off. Have a nice flight, they say. 15 seconds later, the US ship fires missiles at the plane. The plane explodes and immediately disintegrates into pieces. 274 passengers, 16 crew members, 254 Iranian people, 13 Emiratis, 10 Indians, 6 Pakistanis, 6 Yugoslavians, 1 Italian, 65 kids, and 0 survivors. US officials said the crew thought the plane was an attacking Iranian fighter jet, ignoring warnings and descending rapidly toward the ship. But the plane wasn't descending, it was steadily climbing, still early on its route used by passenger planes every day, and it was broadcasting a civilian signal. On the other hand, it was the US ship that was sailing within Iranian waters, which the US only later admitted. 8 years after the attack, the US agreed to a deal to end the case at the International Court of Justice. They would pay just a little under $62 million to the victims' families and would not admit liability. No one was held accountable. George H.W. Bush, who was vice president at the time, seemed to have very little remorse for the situation.
I'll never apologize for the United States of America. Ever. I don't care what the facts are.
That attitude is what leads to today, where so many of us have not even heard of this. Something that, for the rest of the world, especially Iran, is unforgettable.
And, with these attitudes about the lives of Muslim people in America, pretend like, well, look, they cry death to America. They cry death to America. But do they do anything to actually kill Americans in their homeland? Have they been doing anything to America in our homeland to have us over there fighting a war against them? I'm just curious. Now, Jason Blender said, "Hello, hello. I know Muslim people who played sports in high school, and I coached them. Very nice people. I can joke around with them." Well, hello, Jason. People are people. I don't understand why religion overrides the character of people with certain other people. I don't think that people are their religion. I think that people are human beings. So all of this religious strife against people because they are a religion is, in my opinion, is usually bolstered by people who don't care about religion at all. They try to fly under the cover of a different religion, only to show hatred for non-white people. I think it's bullshit. That's what I think it is. All of this stuff about religion, it is about supremacy. And that's exactly what it's about, in my opinion, period. So let me share. Let's go into the speech full of lies that your president had the audacity to come out here and spew last night. How about that? Let's get into that.
Thank you very much. My fellow Americans, good evening. Let me begin by congratulating the team at NASA and our brave astronauts on the successful launch of Artemis II. It was quite something. It will be traveling further than any manned rocket has ever flown and will very substantially pass the moon, go around it, and come back home from a distance that has never been done before. It's amazing. They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those four unbelievable astronauts. As we speak this evening, it's been just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins.
Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. I think I have this sped up. I can't slow it down, unfortunately. Let me pull it up somewhere else because I I think I have this a little too sped up because I want to be sure you are able to understand the lie. Let's get into it. Let's watch it on C-SPAN. He was over an hour. Mm, he was over an hour and something late. Let me see. Let me share. Uh, let me. They actually had us waiting over an hour. I think it was an hour and 58 minutes or something like that. He was extremely late. Why was he extremely late? Because Iran was doing some very effective strikes at the time that this speech was going on, while he is telling you that Iran was basically depleted of all of their munitions. So let's watch this together.
Fellow Americans, good evening. Let me begin targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them, terrorist regime they led, are now dead.
Most of them. So, what leaders are still alive? You said most of them are dead. Okay. Let's put a pin in that.
Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to
Oh, so they don't have any command or control over their army. Okay. The army that is still striking, that has our troops living in hotels, is that army? Is it that army you're talking about? Who have destroyed all of our military installations in all of these other countries? Is that what you're talking about? Let's
launch
continue.
missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons factories and rocket launchers are
Their ability to strike missiles and drones is greatly curtailed as they bombarded Israel with so many missiles and drones on yesterday. You are aware. You made this speech at night. You know that Israel was bombarded with bombs all day long on yesterday. But you get on television and tell your people this because you know that your American media is not properly covering this war properly. But you would be shocked who actually covered the story about how badly Israel was being bombarded with Iranian missiles and drones. None other than Fox News. So if Fox News actually covered the bombardment of Israel on yesterday, surely you know it. You know what happened to Israel yesterday because it is alleged that all 45, 47 does is sit up and watch Fox News all day. So I would be remiss. Let me we'll go back to that. We're gonna fact check this lie in real time. Okay, let me now you know that it is bad when Fox News is the only news agency. I think they weren't expecting to get the story that they got, but they did get the story that they got. I can't take nothing from them. Is this it? Hold on. This may or may not be it. I may have to go somewhere else to
Stuff I
find
have
it.
for you is that Trump today posts on Truth Social that there's been this breakthrough.
No, let me find the Iranian striking Israel all day yesterday. I'll find that and I'll take you back to Trump lying while I'll fact check this lie. Let me get back to the lies that he is addressing.
are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left. Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing in America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger than ever before. Before discussing this current situation, I also want to thank our troops for the masterful job they did in taking the country of Venezuela in a matter of minutes. That hit was quick, lethal, violent, and respected by everyone all over the world. After rebuilding our military during my first term, we have by far the strongest military anywhere in the world. And now we're working along with Venezuela and are, in a true sense, joint venture partners. We're getting along incredibly well in the production and sale of massive amounts of oil and gas, the second largest reserves on Earth after the United States of America. We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have, but we're there to help our allies. Tonight, I want to provide an update on the tremendous progress our warriors have made in Iran and discuss why Operation Epic Fury is necessary for the safety of America and the security of the free world. From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
Don't recall that, but let's continue.
This fanatical regime has been chanting death to America, death to Israel, for 47 years. Their proxies were behind the murder of 241 Americans in the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut, the slaughter of hundreds of our service members with roadside bombs. They were involved in the attack on the USS Cole, and they carried out the countless other heinous acts, including the just horrible, bloody atrocities of October 7th in Israel, something that most people...
How many people died? How many people died? 100 and some people? How many people died? You know, death is horrible no matter how many people die. But why is all of this extra piled upon something that Hamas did on October 7th? Why is all of this piled upon as you talking about why we are striking Iran as American citizens, as American people? Because of all of this 20 on 10 that you want to put on the October 7th attacks on Israel? No, I don't get it.
Never seen anything like it. This murderous regime also recently killed 45,000 of their own people who were protesting.
45,000 of their own people who were protesting. Now, it's interesting that the number of people who were killed that were protesting has gone up a whole other 15,000 people. There have it was formally announced that they had killed 30,000 people, and when pressed to prove that it was even 30,000 people, they were hard pressed to prove that they had killed anyone. But who told the people to go out and protest? It was 45, 47. You told the people of Iran to go out and protest and that you would have their back. At the same time, when the people in the United States who were protesting were getting shot dead by ICE agents. Ironically, you told the Iranian people to go out and protest. And so many people, unfortunately, under their government, lost their lives. You know, the same thing that was happening under you and your government by people who were protesting, and you had the audacity to tell other nations to go out and protest and not even investigate the deaths that people who protested in your country did, that what a keg breath did with these people who flew their helicopters by Kid Rock House, suspended any investigation into the facts of people who were killed in America. So is that why you going to war? Is that is America supposed to support you for going to war with them because you were the one who told them to protest in the first place? Now you want to add 15,000 more people who were allegedly killed in their protest that you told them to do, that you would have their back? Is that what we're doing? Let's continue.
Testing in Iran, 45,000 dead. For these terrorists to have nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat. The most violent and thuggish regime on earth would be free to carry.
Oh, for these terrorists to have nuclear weapons, it would be an intolerable threat. But I thought you told you that you have alleviated that possibility in June when you struck them and said you obliterated their nuclear capabilities. So are we going now? We are going backwards into nuclear capabilities. Is that what we're doing? Is it about the nuclear capabilities? Is that why you're bringing this up? I'm curious.
Carry out their campaigns of terror, coercion, conquest, and mass murder. Nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat. The most violent and thuggish regime on earth would be free to carry out their campaigns of terror, coercion, conquest, and mass murder from behind a nuclear shield. I will never let that happen. And neither.
They would be woulda, coulda, shoulda. That means nothing is woulda, coulda, shoulda. They would be, they could be, they nothing that they have done. But you obliterated their nuclear power. So why is this even in the question? You shunned anyone to say that, hey, have you guys gone under and made sure that you got all of their weapons? You told them to shut up in press conferences as you were saying that you had totally obliterated their nuclear capabilities. And now we're backtracking on bullshit. Let's continue.
There should any of our past presidents. This situation has been going on for 47 years and should have been handled long before I arrived in office. I did many things during my 2 terms in office to stop the quest for nuclear weapons by Iran first, and perhaps most importantly, I killed General Qasem Soleimani in my first term. He was an evil genius, brilliant person, a horrible human being, however, the father of the roadside bomb, and he lived just horrible what he did. Iran would have been perhaps in far better, stronger position. Had he lived, we would have had probably a different conversation tonight. But you know what? We'd still be winning and winning big. And then very importantly, I terminated Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, a disaster. Obama gave them $1 billion in cash, green cash, took it out of banks from Virginia, D.C., and Maryland.
Obama gave them cash. Obama gave them cash. Whose cash did Obama give them? Whose cash was it? Took it out of banks. Green cash. He took it out of banks. All of this green cash. Obama gave it to them. But whose cash was it? It's kind of different than the oil sales, the Venezuelan oil sale money that was given to you, the Venezuelans people, oil, the sale from that oil, that green cash was given to whom? It was given to you. Who has control over all of that green cash that was first sold from Venezuelan? That cash was given to you. That cash is under your control. That cash is in a offshore bank account in Qatar. That's green cash that was given. It was given to you for your own personal use. I remember that the Treasury Secretary tried to lie and say that they were going to be doing something, another investigation of how they could use the money wisely. But right now, Trump has total control over the money and how it is spent. See, that's when cash is given. The cash that was, you want to say that Obama gave Iran, it was their own cash. He gave them back their own cash that was sanctioned, and they were unable to use because they had to do what? They had to have so much cash to buy oil. They had to keep American dollars to buy oil, and it had to be in the World Bank so they could buy and trade on the what standard? The dollar standard. And let me tell you another thing that is interesting about them keeping the Strait of Hormuz closed. Iran has had a vote, and they have voted that they will be charging ships to sail through the Strait of Hormuz. Kind of like your president is selling visas to become an American citizen while he's sitting up bemoaning birthright citizen, birthright citizen, while he's bemoaning both birthright citizenship. He is actually selling citizenship for $5 million. For $5 million. He's given temporary citizenship for $1 million, permanent citizenship for $5 million. And one of the arguments in the birthright citizenship is that, people are basically paying for citizenship. Well, when your whole president has invented some gold card, and he tells you straight out he's selling citizenship. But they are arguing the selling of citizenship. Make any of this make sense? But let's be clear. Back to the green dollars. The green dollars are their own money. Now, since Iran is charging people to go through the Strait of Hormuz, and they must pay in the Chinese yuan. I think it's the yuan. The yuan, the Chinese currency. They must pay in Chinese currency, and so now they're charging them at somewhere about $1 million, uh, uh, paid in Chinese currency. So, do you think that Iran, with all of the infrastructure, with all of the parts of their city that has been blown apart, do you think that this country is not going to be like, hey, well, maybe we need to just keep on charging these ships to come through? And what is that going to do with the dollar, the value of the dollar, when so many people are going to be trying to get Chinese currency? Do you think that they're going to still be selling oil on the dollar standard when they need the Chinese currency to get the oil out of the port? Why would they fuck with the dollar at all? Why fuck with the dollar at all? Let me tell you something. This president has bitten off more than he can chew. Is dumber than a rock. The BRICS have been using their own currency to trade. That is one of the things that the BRICS have been doing. If you have been paying attention, that is one of their missions is to be able to trade without it being on the U.S. dollar standard. So it is quite possible that this president has taken oil sales off the dollar standard in his ignorance. But he may leave the Hormuz Straits, and he may tell the NATO that go in, just take the oil, just go in. You guys got to go in. We don't need the oil anyway. Y'all just go in and take it. Just take it. It'll be open as soon as the war is over automatically anyway. Oh, you think so? Oh, you think so? That Iran has already passed a law that says that ships that are passing through must pay in Chinese currency? But he ain't telling you none of this. He's not telling you any of this. Let's continue.
All the cash they had, flew it by airplanes in an attempt to buy their respect and loyalty, but it didn't work. They laughed at our president and went on with their...
He tried to buy their respect. He tried to buy their respect. As if when you buy something, you put your own money for it. Now, this motherfucker is lying and telling you that Obama spent $1.7 billion or $0.3 trying to buy the respect of the Iranians. But he's not telling you that the agreement had inspectors going in, and the inspectors never alerted that the Iranians were proliferating uranium to create a weapon. That's what he's not telling you. What he's not telling you, this money that he's saying that Obama tried to buy them, that was their own money that they released from the sanctions that they had tied up in U.S. banks. So he's a liar.
To have a nuclear bomb. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear weapons for Iran. They would have had them years ago, and they would.
Would have, would have, would have. They would have had them years ago. Isn't that what Benjamin Netanyahu has been saying for the past 33, 37 years? That Iran is 1 week away. They're months away from having a nuclear weapon. They're years away. In 2 years, they'll have a nuclear weapon. In 18 months, they'll have a nuclear weapon. In 1 year, in 6 months, in 3 months, in 2 weeks. Isn't that what Israel has been saying about Iran and their ability to have a nuclear weapon? He has been preaching that for over 33 years. And look who bites on the bullshit. None other than 45, 47. But he's trying to sell you the bullshit. Under Obama, they would have had a nuclear weapon for years. Now it's Obama's fault. See, Benjamin Netanyahu didn't have the pleasure of blaming it on a black man 30 something years ago because there was no black president. But you notice that this this white supremacist leaning motherfucker wants to blame it on the first black president when Benjamin Netanyahu has been preaching this since the Carter administration. But it's Obama's fault. And you don't see the common thread in all of the bullshit that this insecure white man tries to lay all of his shortcomings on a black president. All of his insecurities of being less than, as he tried to exhort some supremacy over someone he can't match up with. He never matches up to. That's just my opinion.
Would have used them, would have been a different world. There would have been no Middle East and no Israel right now, in my opinion, the opinion of a lot of great experts, had I not terminated that terrible deal. And I was so honored to do it. I was so proud to do it. It was so bad right from the beginning.
Yeah, we know you were so honored, and we know you were so proud to do it because you thought that was something effective. And what has tearing that up and had done for you now? So the fact that you cannot say that the inspectors never found that they were creating these weapons. You just have to lie and say that they were still creating weapons, but you have no facts to document that. So the fact that you tore up a agreement that was actually working, and now you're out here in a full-fledged war talking about, they're trying to proliferate nuclear weapons again, on and off. Either it's nuclear weapons or it's long training missiles. It's one or the other. You can't decide which one it is. You just throw a whole bunch of bullshit on the wall and see what stick, because you know that you are dealing with ignorant people in the MAGA coalition. You know you are dealing with a bunch of dummies in the MAGA universe that will accept anything that you tell them. But you were the one who tore up the deal that we are supposed to be afraid now that they are proliferating nuclear weapons, because you tore up a deal that you are so proud that you tore up, because surely they would have had a nuclear weapon by now. So if they, under the deal, they would have had a nuclear weapon by now, what did you do after you tore it up to prevent them from getting a nuclear weapon? So you mean to tell me you tore up a deal, and you cannot say anywhere where any inspector said that they were still creating a nuclear weapon, but now years later you tell us that they were still proliferating uranium? So you tore up the deal to do absolutely nothing. You tore up the deal, and what did you do to prevent them to continuing to proliferate a nuclear weapon, since you wanted to say that they were continuing to proliferate nuclear weapons when they were in that horrible deal that Obama had them in, and getting their mines and their plants investigated. So if they still have the ability after you tore up that horrible agreement, that means you did not a goddamn thing to stop them from proliferating a weapon. So at least he did something to prevent them. What did you do? So if you tore up what he had in place, what did you put in place to prevent it? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And now we are supposed to be okay that we are going to war based on a lie of nuclear proliferation of uranium. We are going to war. That he's just proud that he tore up the progress of a black man to do absolutely nothing in its stead, to put the American people in danger, to have the American spending blood and treasure on a war because he tore up what the black man did and didn't put nothing in place to prevent what he tore up. The progress that the black man made to actually prevent nuclear weapons being built in Iran. Make any of this make sense? Ugh. These fucking ignorant motherfuckers.
Essentially, I did what no other president was willing to do. They made mistakes, and I am correcting them. My first preference was always the path of diplomacy, yet the regime continued their relentless quest for nuclear weapons and rejected every attempt at an agreement. For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities, an Operation Midnight Hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Those beautiful B-2 bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites. The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program at a totally different location, making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons. They were also rapidly building a vast stockpile of conventional ballistic missiles and would soon have had missiles that could reach the American homeland, Europe, and virtually any other place on Earth. Iran's strategy was so obvious. They wanted to produce as many missiles as possible, and they did, with the longest range possible, and they had some weapons that nobody believed they had. We just learned that out. We took them out. We took them all out so that no one would really dare stop them. And they raced for a nuclear bomb, a nuclear weapon like nobody's ever seen before. They were right at the doorstep. For years, everyone has said that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. But in the end, those are just words if you're not willing to take action when the time comes. As I stated in my announcement of Operation Epic Fury, our objectives are very simple and clear. We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America or project power outside of their borders. That means eliminating Iran's Navy, which is now absolutely destroyed, hurting their Air Force and their missile program at levels never seen before, and annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it, and tonight I'm pleased to say that these core strategic objectives are nearing completion. As we celebrate this progress, we think especially of the 13 American warriors who have laid down their lives in this fight to prevent our children from ever having to face a nuclear Iran. Twice this past month, I've traveled to Dover Air Force Base, and it's been something. I wanted to be with those heroes as they return to American soil, and I was with them and their families, their parents, their wives, their husbands. We salute them, and now we must honor them by completing the mission for which they gave their lives. And every single one of the people, their loved ones said, please, sir, please finish the job, every one of them. And we are going to finish the job, and we're going to finish it very fast. We're getting very close.
So he's lying about all of the military families that died in this. I have covered a military family who said that that we are at war for absolutely no reason. He is lying to you when he tells you that all of the military families are telling him to finish the job. This motherfucker don't even know what job he is on. From one day to the next, the job is this. The job is for total surrender. The job is to open the Strait of Hormuz. The job is to stop long range missiles. The job is to go in and get the uranium that they left under rocks when they struck in June. What is the job? How will these American families members who have lost their children, their loved ones in this war, tell you to complete a job when they understand, and all of the world understand, that you have no goals, no mission, and no completion to these strikes. You struck because you are compromised by Mossad, in my opinion. Let's continue. Behind Epstein. Well, let's not pretend like the reason why people are losing their lives is because this person standing before you, who was the best friend of a Mossad agent, who was a convicted pedophile, who also had Mossad set up video and audio cameras in his homes, hit the homes that were visited by your president. Let's not get it twisted. Like we don't believe, or we don't know, we don't understand that this man is compromised, and he will do whatever it is to stay out of jail. And that includes sending your loved ones off to war, in my opinion.
I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. They've been great, and we will not let them get hurt or fail in any way, shape, or form. Many Americans have been concerned to see the recent rise.
They've already been hurt in many ways, shapes, and forms. Get the fuck out of here. All the strikes that they have been struck by the Iranians, while your president is telling you that he's going to commit war crimes and strike all of their infrastructure, their electric grids, their desalination plants to take the salt water out of the water so that Iranians can have water. What is Iran saying? They said, hey, you do me, we'll do them. While you're talking about you don't want to hurt your partners, do you think that Iran is not setting their sights on the desalination plants of every one of your alleged allies that you just named off? They
and
with it.
gasoline prices here at home. The short-term increase has been entirely the result of the Iranian regime launching deranged terror attacks against commercial oil tankers in neighboring countries that have nothing to do with.
No, sweetheart. No, sweetheart. This ain't got nothing to do with them lobbing uh, strikes against oil ships. The price went up as soon as you went into this motherfucking war. This has all to do. Now it's Iranians' fault because they are striking oil tankers. No, bitch. This is happening because you started this war, and you are prolonging this war. You don't want to open up the Strait of Hormuz because we don't use it. And what is this? What the fuck I mean, listen. Why is he bothering to talk? Everybody know that he has no way out and he has no solution to the bullshit that he has brought upon the American people. All these gas prices, them blowing up refineries, them blowing up the infrastructure. The only thing that ensures is that America is going to be paying gas of $10 or more a gallon for years. That's all that ensures. The ignorance that he is spewing now only ensures more pain for you as an American citizen. You know,
The conflict. This is yet more proof that Iran can never be trusted with nuclear weapons. They will use them, and they will use them quickly. It would lead to decades of extortion, economic pain, and instability worse than we can ever imagine. The United States has never been better prepared economically to confront this.
what was Iran extorting anyone for? What has Iran been extorting the U.S. for? Hmm? I think that it is Israel who is trying to expand into a greater Israel by encroaching upon sovereign nations. I think that it is Iran and Yemen who is trying to prevent Israel from creating this designated greater Israel by encroaching over other nations. Meanwhile, you have Mike Huckabee, the ambassador to Israel, saying that he has no problem with Israel taking over the whole Middle East. But Iran is going to do what? Iran is going to blackmail people for what? It seems like you're being blackmailed by Israel. And that's the reason why we are in Iran. If you want to talk about blackmail, it seems like you're the one who is blackmailed. Let's continue.
Threat. You all know that we built the strongest economy in history. We're going through it right now, the strongest.
Yeah, we are going through it right now. We're 100,000 jobs were created in the whole year of 2025. This is the strongest economy he is talking about. He wants you to believe he has created the strongest economy when there has never been a time in history that only 100,000 jobs in an entire year were produced. Let that sink in.
In history. In 1 year, we've taken a dead and crippled country. I hate to say that, but we were a dead and crippled country after the last administration and made it.
You hate to say that, yet you say it every time you open your mouth. MBS said we were a dead country. He said we were dead and now we're hot because he know you're a fucking fool. He know he can say something that retarded to you and you would take that as a compliment because he know you're a dummy.
The hottest country anywhere in the world by far with no inflation, record-setting investments coming into the United States, over $18 trillion, and the highest stock market ever with 53. No
inflation. As everything that you buy has increased. The price on everything you buy has increased. As people in California, in some places in California, are paying over $6 a gallon for gas. This motherfucker sat up here and told you that there is no inflation, as everything in your grocery store has increased. And he told you that there's no inflation because he loves the ignorant MAGA voters, because those are the only people that are buying it. If they can afford to buy into the bullshit after they pay their bills, after they go grocery shopping. I guess some of you MAGA motherfuckers must be going crazy to be able to buy into this bullshit. Let's continue.
All-time record highs in just 1 year. It all positioned us to get rid of a cancer that has long simmered. It's known as the nuclear Iran, and they didn't know what was coming. They've never imagined it. Remember, because of our drill baby drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we are #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet, without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela because of the...
Without even counting the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela, that a court said that you cannot sell. So what you're saying is we don't need anyone's oil. However, we're still trying to steal the oil from Venezuela. And we know that you said that you are trying to decide if you just want to steal Iranian oil. We know that you think that drill, baby, drill, and clean energy, instead of initiating clean energy to get off of the circle of this oil change, you want to eliminate all clean energy. You want to bemoan windmills so you can keep your oil buddies rich and happy. You are so blatant that you are talking about stealing oil from other nations, how it is going to make the United States rich. Well, stealing oil from any nation is not going to do anything for the American people. It's going to do something for the people, for the oil industry. The oil industry does not make individuals that live in the United States rich. The individuals in the United States make the oil tycoons rich because they're buying their products. That does not do anything for us but give us more product to buy. And when has the United States decided to reduce the price of oil? You know how much they pay for gas in Dubai and in these Middle Eastern countries? Something like 6 to 10 cents a gallon. So if America starts stealing their oil, if America is procuring the Venezuelan oil, and they are allegedly supposed to be helping the Venezuelan people with the oil sales, but strangely enough, all the oil sales that came from the first oil sale is hitting in a Qatar account that only your president can get at the money. No, he didn't say it's in an account for the Venezuelans. No, he has access to the money that was sold from this Venezuelan oil. Now, do you think that these big oil companies, do you think that they are going to continue to let all of these Middle Eastern countries pay 10 cents a barrel, 10 cents a gallon for their oil? You think they're going to do that? Or you think they're going to try to get filthy rich off of these filthy rich people who live in the Middle East? If they get control of the Middle Eastern oil, if they get control of the Iranian oil, and how is that going to help you and how you live your life? It's not. None of this is going to help you and how you live your life. All of this is just to enrich people who are already multi-billionaires. Period.
The Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. Think of that, Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. And that number will soon be substantially higher than that. There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated, both militarily and economically and in every other way. And the countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. They must cherish it. They must grab it and cherish it. They can do it easily.
Hold on a second. Get your disrespectful, stupid ass out of my chat. California pays more in gas. It has nothing to do with Gavin Newsom. California was the most polluted state in the country, and they have voted to have a additive added to their gas to prevent California from turning into another smog city where you can't see in front of your face because of all the smog from the pollution and the gases that were emissions that were put out because of all of the cars in California. There is an additive put in California gas that automatically makes California gas more expensive. Some people who did not experience the smog era, they don't think that they should be paying for that additive. But people who lived in the smog age voted for that additive to be added to their gas. So while you want to talk about Gavin Newsom and you want to act like you know some history of why gas prices are higher in California, don't come in my chat being disrespectful because you're an ignorant ass motherfucker. Let's continue.
We will be helpful, but they should take the lead in protecting the oil that they so desperately depend on. So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. Number one, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. We have so much. And number two, build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before. Should have done it with us, as we asked. Go to the Strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy.
So he said, "Hey, we don't use no oil. They come from the Strait of Hormuz. NATO allies, just go there and take it. Do what we can't do. Do what we even though we caused the strait to be closed, it's not gonna be hard. Just go over there and take the strait back. Do what the greatest army in the world cannot do. Y'all go over there and y'all just take the strait back. We don't need it. It's up to y'all to open it back up, even though we are the reason that it was closed. Just go on and take it. If it was so easy, everybody would be doing it, right? Right? Especially the greatest army in the world. If it was so easy, it wouldn't have been closed in the first place, right? Huh? Is that right? Oh, okay.
And in any event, when this conflict is over, the Strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because that's all they have.
And anyway, it'll open up naturally. They selling oil now. You lift the sanctions off them. They are selling oil now. What the fuck you talking about? They are selling oil and they are selling access to go through the strait as well. Win-win. It's gonna open up naturally. Oh, it's just gonna open up naturally. Naturally, if you pay the fare that they're going to charge you to send your ship through, yeah, that's naturally how it's opened up now. It's just gonna open up naturally. Go over there and take it. If not, it's just gonna open up naturally. Let that sink in. Which one is it? You're going to have to go over there and take it yourself. It's going to be easy to take. That's why we not bothering to take. We just don't need it. That's why we demanded that they open it up. And once our demands were ignored, we decided we really don't need it. Y'all need it more than us. So y'all need to open it up. What of this makes any sense to you? Nothing, because it's nonsense.
To try and rebuild, it will resume the flowing and the gas prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up. They haven't come down very much, frankly. They came down a little bit, but they've had some very good days over the last couple of days. We've done actually much better than I thought, but we had to take that little journey to Iran to get rid of this horrible threat with our historic tax cut.
Excuse me. Who is this writing this ignorance in the chat? Minch, Moral Mumbles, or whatever the fuck your name is. Plus, NATO failed the U.S. They are legally bound to attack any country that the U.S. access to. That is what NATO is for. Disbanded. You stupid idiot. NATO is not bound to attack anyone. Anyone attacks. NATO is binds together to defend those nations that are in NATO that are attacked. They are not bound to attack because someone decides to go on a fool's mission. They are put together to defend each others who are attacked. And say if Iran was in NATO, NATO would be defending against the full attack that Israel and the United States have brought upon them. You dummy! Oh God, you people are just shows why America is in such the situation that it is in now. I concur. I concur. The U.S. Treasury says that we're insolvent now. We've been insolvent. We've been in debt for many, many years. The last time the budget was balanced was under Bill Clinton. Teach that poor uneducated thing. I mean the things that people actually think, the ignorance that they that's why they want to take the history books out of school and rewrite history because it's easier to pull propaganda over the eyes of fools.
That's where people are just now talking about receiving larger refunds than they ever thought possible. They are getting so much more money than they thought. That's from.
Who got a larger refund than you were expecting? That's why people are getting larger refunds. Who's getting larger refunds? I know of someone who worked as a school teacher all of her life. And this year, she said it's the first time that she had to pay back the IRS. This woman is approximately, and she is between 78 or 80 years old. And this year is the first year in her entire life that she has had to pay anything back to the IRS. Between 78 and 80 years old. And she had to pay over $6,000 back to the IRS for 1 year in retirement. So while 45, 47 are making these proclamations, a lot of this is bullshit. As billionaires are getting tax cuts, we have elderly seniors who are having to pay income taxes the first time in their entire lives back to the government in the thousands. Let's be clear. At least we have one that I am aware of.
The great big beautiful bill. Our economy is strong and improving by the day, and it will soon be roaring back like never before. It will top the levels that it was a month ago.
Economy is cruising. It will make a comeback like it was a month ago. A month ago, the economy was fucked up. So he's telling you the gas prices are going to be down like they were a month ago, and God knows they have not done anything else about any of the other increases in groceries and utilities or anything in this country. So you're going to go back to a month ago. What changed in a month? The gas prices. That's what he's telling you. The gas prices are going to go back to what they were a month ago. Let me let him tell you this lie again.
They thought that's from the great big beautiful bill. Our economy is strong and improving by the day, and it will soon be roaring back like never before. It will top the levels that it was a month ago. I've made clear from the beginning of Operation Epic Fury that we will continue until our objectives are fully achieved.
Which
Thanks
are?
to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly.
Can you call those out again? Because there have been so many called out. Where are we on which objectives are we looking to finish out? Because we need to know, because they change so frequently. We don't even know which objectives you guys are saying that you're close to completing. Nor do you. Nor do you.
Very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead. The new group is.
Oh, they're all dead. Okay, so the supreme leader, we know he died in the first strike. We know that his son was injured in that first strike. The last I heard that the son is the new leader of Iran, even though he has been injured. We know that you are saying that there is a new regime, but you struggle to tell us who is the person in charge of this new regime. Now, I noticed that you came out yesterday and you said someone was the new leader, and he came out after you and said he was no such thing, and he doesn't know why you are even saying that he is a new leader of Iran. So you want us to believe that you are negotiating with this new regime in Iran, but you cannot tell us who is the new leader. And we have a new leader, and who is
less radical and much
He's
more
less
reasonable.
radical.
Yet if during
Less radical and much more reasonable, but he can't tell you who it is.
in this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously.
That's a war crime. You cannot target civilian structures. He's saying he's going to commit a war crime. Let's continue.
We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. The nuclear sites that we obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust, and we have it under intense satellite surveillance and control. If we see them make a move, even a move for it, we'll hit them with missiles very hard again. We have all the cards, they have none. It's very important that we keep this conflict in perspective. American involvement in...
We have all the cards, they have none. If they go near their nuclear dust that we obliterated, if they go near it, we will strike them with all our might. Now, there is speculation that the ground troops that they are sending in will in fact be going to that site allegedly to try to collect whatever nuclear material, nuclear dust that is obliterated by our military. So that is one train of thought, that they're going to be sending special units to those sites to try to collect any enriched uranium from those alleged sites where they were allegedly trying to proliferate a weapon that was struck and obliterated by our army in June.
World War I lasted 1 year, 7 months, and 5 days. World War II lasted for 3 years, 8 months, and 25 days. The Korean War lasted for 3 years, 1 month, and 2 days. The Vietnam War lasted for 19 years, 5 months, and 29 days. Iraq went on for 8 years, 8 months, and 28 days. We are in this military operation, so powerful, so brilliant, against one of the most powerful countries for 32 days. And the country has been eviscerated and essentially...
32 days. Now, maybe if you had not dodged the draft in Vietnam, Vietnam wouldn't have went on 19 years. Maybe if you wasn't a draft dodger, you could proclaim Vietnam went on so many years less than it did. Let's continue.
Is really no longer a threat. They were the bully of the Middle East, but they're the bully no longer. This is a true investment in your children and your grandchildren's future. The whole world is watching, and they can't leave the power, strength, and brilliance.
Israel was, Iran was the bully of the Middle East. When they talk about the proxies of Iran, they are the Houthis who were striking Israel because of the genocide that Israel was affecting on the Palestinians. But now all of a sudden, Iran, since they gave support to the Houthis to stop the genocide that was going on in Palestine, now Iran is the bully of the Middle East. You get how it is correlated, but not the people who are creating genocide on a people. No, they never the bullies.
I just can't believe what they're seeing. They leave it to your imagination, but they can't believe what they're seeing, the brilliance of the United States military. Tonight, every American can look forward to a day when we are finally free from the wickedness of Iranian aggression and the specter of nuclear blackmail. Because of the actions we have taken, we are on the cusp of ending Iran's sinister threat to America and the world. And I'll tell you, the world is watching. And when we do, when it's all over, the United States will be safer, stronger, more prosperous, and greater than it has ever been before. May God bless the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, and good night.
Now,
And so I gave them a 10-day period.
I may want to actually play that one. Let me go back, and I'm going to drop the link for this if you're interested in vomiting. If you have eaten something that doesn't agree with your body and you need to throw up, this will be number 5 in my description box, so you can peruse the bevy of lies that your president gave to you last night. This is in number 5 in my description box. I may go back to this next clip about disinformation. Let's go.
Be safer, stronger, more prosperous, and greater than it has ever been before. May God bless the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, and good night.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Iran's military says it's launching crushing, broader, and destructive attacks after President Trump threatened to bomb Iran, quote, back to the Stone Ages, unquote. Trump made the threat in a nationally televised primetime address Wednesday night from the White House. He said the U.S. would continue strikes on Iran for the next 2 to 3 weeks, but provided no timeline for an exit. He said countries that receive oil through the Strait of Hormuz should show courage and seize the waterway.
I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead.
Oil prices soared and stock markets fell across Asia as Trump promised to continue attacks on Iran. Today, foreign ministers from 35 nations, including several EU countries, are holding a virtual meeting to discuss Iran's control of the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. is not among nations attending the meeting, which was organized by the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. On Wednesday, supporters of Iran's government rallied in the streets of Tehran, even as the U.S. and Israel continued bombing.
However much they terrorize, however many of us are martyred, we will still have others to take their place. Our country has countless young people who will stand firm, remain, and continue the path of the martyr.
Meanwhile, Iran is continuing retaliatory attacks across the Middle East. In the United Arab Emirates, officials say shrapnel from an intercepted drone fell on a farm, killing a Bangladeshi national. Qatar's defense ministry says it shot down 2 cruise missiles fired by Iran, while a third missile evaded air defenses and struck an oil tanker leased to Qatar Energy. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Jordan also reported missile attacks from Iran. In Israel, millions of people ushered in the start of Passover Wednesday evening in bomb shelters as missiles fired by Iran and Hezbollah triggered air raid sirens.
Millions of people in Israel ushered in Passover in bomb shelters. As your president sat up here and told you that how they have obliterated any ability for the Iranians to strike. See, this is the truth that is behind the propaganda that your president puts out. You don't see any of your media installments telling you the unabashed truth. The both sides is for some reason they don't want to tell both sides now. They want to both sides you to death when it's talking about a Republican and a Democrat politician, but they don't want to both sides you when your president has brought you into a fucking losing position in a war that we should not be in. They don't want to both sides this.
Israeli authorities said 14 people, including an 11-year-old girl, were wounded when an Iranian missile fell near Tel Aviv. In Iraq, the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad's urging all U.S. citizens to leave Iraq immediately, warning Iran-aligned militias may be planning attacks within the next 24 to 48 hours. The warning came after U.S. journalist Shelley Kittleson was abducted in Baghdad after a car chase on Tuesday. The New York Times reports Israeli military officials are privately urging Christian and Druze communities in southern Lebanon to force out Shiite Muslim residents, sheltering among them. Human rights groups condemn the plan as ethnic cleansing. This comes as Israel's ordered the expansion of its so-called buffer zone in Lebanon from the Litani River to areas north of the Zahrani River, displacing about a fifth of the Lebanese population. Israel's finance and defense ministers have called on Israel to annex southern Lebanon. More than 1,200 people have been killed in Israeli attacks on Lebanon since March 2nd. The World Health Organization has recorded at least 120 attacks on medical infrastructure across Lebanon, Iran, and Israel since the start of the war. Meanwhile, the UN says 3 Indonesian peacekeepers killed in southern Lebanon last week and may be war crimes victims. That investigation is underway.
There also has been 3 reporters who were killed in Lebanon.
These incidents are unacceptable and demand full accountability. Attacks on UN peacekeepers may constitute war crimes under international law.
Russia's military leaders say they've taken complete control of eastern Ukraine's Luhansk region. It's one of 4 Ukrainian regions Russia annexed in 2022. On Wednesday, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky criticized Russia for rejecting a proposed Orthodox Easter holiday truce. He says Moscow instead fired more than 700 drones into Ukraine in daytime attacks targeting civilian infrastructure. At least 4 people were killed. Meanwhile, the Financial Times reports President Trump's threatening to halt military aid to Ukraine if U.S. allies in Europe don't join efforts to reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
You hear that? Your president, he doesn't need any oil. We don't need anything from the Strait of Hormuz. So if they can just go open it if they want to, if that was true in his address, why is he threatening to not give aid to Ukraine if they don't come and help open up the Strait of Hormuz? Because he's a loser, and he knows if he leaves this war with the Strait of Hormuz being closed, he is going to rightly be the unequivocal laughingstock that he already is. But he feels that this is some point of contention because they closed the Strait of Hormuz during this exercise of ignorance that he has set us on in Iran. So therefore, he must try to prove a point that he has actually achieved something, because unless he reopened the Strait of Hormuz, there is nothing viable that he is going to be able to say that he's achieved. Nothing. So, the Ukraine isn't our ally Ukraine is threatened to have to suffer. We know that 45, 47, I had never seen it for Ukraine. Never wanted to support Ukraine. He has released oil sanctions on Russia twice. And Russia and Iran are, making good money during these wars. So, that's what's going on with that. So I'm going to drop this link in the description box. This link, if you have not gone over to Democracy Now, I suggest you check in with them on a daily. This is going to be link number 7 in my description box, not 6. Check in with Democracy Now. That is where I found out of all the atrocities that were going on in Palestine. That's where I found out all of the things that our media in America does not cover. So the fact that America is at war in Iran, based upon your own State Department saying that Israel was going to strike Iran, and then they knew that Iran would then strike America. So that's why America went ahead with Israel and struck Iran. See, that's what Marco Rubio told you, that initially Israel was going to strike Iran, and they knew that that would cause repercussions, and the United States would get struck. So why is it right now, if you notice, if you are paying attention, the people who are at war with Iran right now is the American people, and where is the people who started all of this? They are over there they're over there trying to annex more land for their greater Israel. They are not even helping America fight this war in Iran. They are over there trying to not Libya. They are over there trying to get more, not Libya. Oh God, where are they? They are over in
Israel since the start of the war.
Hold on.
Lebanon since March 2nd.
They are over in Lebanon trying to get more land in Lebanon. They started this shit, and they expect the United States to clean it up. Your United States is military is run by a bunch of idiots that know nothing about war plans, war fighting, anything about war. All they know is a bunch of rhetoric. And now they are over in Lebanon trying to collect more land for themselves. This is what American troops are dying for. This greater Israel project. This is what Americans are dying for. The link is in my description box if you want to visit it. Have at it. Now, let me show you some more of the facts of what was going on while your president was telling you that they have decimated the powers of Iran, and what your media is complicit in not showing you the facts on the ground. There is no media embedded with our forces, so we are supposed to. There's two sides to every story. That's all I'm saying. We're not getting the other side.
The worst attack on the settler colony since the beginning of the war. The fact that these attacks came just before Donald Trump's so-called address to the nation made it extra special. This also conclusively busted the lies peddled by Trump and Hexet, who claimed that Iran's military had been completely decimated. In fact, Donald Trump, in his address to the nation, repeated those lies. He said he has destroyed Iran's navy, Iran's air force, and Iran's missile power. And yet, just hours before his address to the nation, Iran was showcasing its missile power by firing at least 100 of them at the settler colony. And this has happened a month after both Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu launched their illegal military campaign against the Islamic Republic. That should tell you a lot. This would be the broad focus of my video tonight. Also in this video, Iranian women taking to the streets of Tehran to celebrate the 47th anniversary of the Islamic Revolution in Iran. So please stay tuned. Iran today stunned its adversaries by claiming to fire close to 100 missiles in a single day towards the settler colony. No one, absolutely no one expected Iran to showcase its missile power with such ferocity, and that too on the 33rd day of the war. This was also a slap to Trump, who once again claimed in his address to the nation that Iranians' missile program or Iranians' military as a whole had been completely decimated.
In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before. Tonight, Iran's navy is gone. Their air force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces.
And now, watch this broadcast by Fox News and how even its reporter in Tel Aviv was taken aback by witnessing the onslaught of Iranian missiles. Just pay attention to the Fox News presenter's choice of words. She says, Israel has been pounded by Iran.
This was yesterday morning before your president came out and gave that speech full of lies. This was yesterday morning. Just to give you information.
Well, we've been watching the Supreme Court. Israel is being pounded by Iran. Sirens sounding over Tel Aviv as a barrage of missiles hit the nation. Let's bring in Jonathan Hunt with more. Jonathan.
Kaylee, Israel in general and Tel Aviv in particular have been under almost constant bombardment throughout the day today. One of the most intense bombardments, in fact, since the very early days of this war. Just about an hour ago, we had an hour-long series of sirens. We watched as the interceptors were launched from this area at those missiles, which came in one after another from Iran. And this, remember, this is the start of the Jewish holiday of Passover. And there had been warnings from Israeli officials that they feared that Iran would try to send that kind of bombardment over. We've had some impacts throughout the Tel Aviv area and other areas. One 11-year-old girl, for instance, critically wounded. She is in the hospital at this point, as we understand it, and dozens of others have been injured. But it has been a really intense day, and Passover officially started just about 30 minutes ago when the sun set here. So while Israelis gather together for the traditional dinner tonight, they are doing so under this cloud of fear that this bombardment will continue. The Iranians wanting, obviously, to disrupt what is a very important Jewish holiday. Kayla.
I wonder why these reporters never mentioned how the Americans and Israeli terrorists had chosen to massacre innocent civilians, including 180 school children, during the holy month of Ramadan for Muslims.
Any questions? Any questions? Oh, mm, look at, oh God. I'm gonna have to turn the volume down on him. Let me see. Here we go.
Good evening. This evening we report the falling of 5 soldiers and
Now this is the IDF, the Israeli army, announcing a death of some soldiers.
one soldier, Lieutenant Noam Admoni, Ben Cohen, 21 from Leavim, First Sergeant Maxim Entis from Bat Yam, and First Sergeant Gilad Harel, 21 from Modi'in, Maccabim Reut. May their memory be for a blessing.
IRGC's Aerospace Force Commander, Brigadier General Syed Majid Mosawi, he says that today's barrage of missile attacks on the settler colony was a holiday gift by terrorist Netanyahu to his people of the settler colony. He wrote, and I quote, "Air raid sirens one after another and tremors in the narrow and dark basements of the shelters under the barrage of missiles from Iran. This was part of Netanyahu's gift for the holiday to the Zionists." End quote. The IRGC also claimed to kill dozens of American soldiers in their latest wave of attacks in the UAE. The commander of the Iranian army's ground force, Brigadier General Ali Jahanshah, called on the families of US military personnel in the US to check on their loved ones, as he accused the US military of censorship on revealing American fatalities. The IRGC's Khatamul Anbiya Brigade spokesperson issued this statement.
موج 89 عملیات بعدی صادق 4 که به صورت ترکیبی اجرا شد.
Hold on. I gotta turn his volume down. Operation True Promise was carried out in. Oh, hold on. Let me read what he's saying. The 89th operation of True Promise 4, which was carried out in a combined manner, initially targeted Ilan Tel Aviv and Bernie Barca with missiles and drones. In the condition of the operation, the hideout of the U.S. Army's terrorist forces in Bahrain was hit, and about 80 people were hit, a significant number of whom were killed and injured. At the same time, I think that they're talking about the hotel because he said they had sniffed out their hideout. At the same time, the helicopter group of the U.S. terrorist army, the Al-Udari base, was attacked by the IRGC ballistic missiles, destroying one helicopter and seriously damaging the other helicopters. The IRGC naval destroyed prominent military targets, including the American Zionist enemies in the region, in 5 extensive and wide-ranging operations using a combination of ballistic and cruise missiles and destructive drones, all in the first round targets of this force. 2 early warning raids by the Americans in the region and located a naval something in the waters and islands of the Emirates was destroyed with high precision. An oil tanker belonging to the illegitimate Zionist named Aqua One in the central region of the Persian Gulf was also targeted in a missile battle by the brave IRGC. IRGC, let me see. Marines and is burning. Since dawn today, several squadrons of drones have been fired at the USS Abraham Lincoln, a carrier group in the northern Indian Ocean, according to documents and satellite images. The squadron has fled its previous location and retreated deep into the Indian Ocean. So they're saying that the USS Abraham Lincoln has fled and gone into deeper water to get out of the way of being struck. That's what they're saying. It is worth noting that, according to accurate reports, intelligent reports, as a result of yesterday's attack by the IRGC Navy, I thought the Navy was gone. Attacks by the IRGC Navy on a secret gathering place of American officials in the Emirates. 37 people were definitely killed and many more were injured and transferred to City Hospital. The Islamic Republic of Iran's army launched attacks today on the local U.S. refueling planes based at Ben Gurion Airport. Now, it has already been reported that I believe up to 3 refueling planes were actually one was ruined, and I believe 3 were had damage. The radar site for the detecting and intercepting missiles and combat drones, in electronic warfare sites based in the UAE with attack drones. The powerful offensive of the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran and the simultaneous courageous and effective attacks of resilient groups using powerful and precise attack missiles and drones have caused the gathering of American and Zionist forces to be precisely targeted and destroyed. That's what he says. This could be their propaganda too, but what we do know is that the Pentagon tried to minimize the damage of this aircraft that was destroyed. Do I have that picture? I hope I didn't. Maybe I took that picture out. There was an aircraft that was destroyed that gave a whole lot of information, and I'm gonna. I'll go to where I know that picture is. It gave a lot of information. Was a very expensive plane that they needed that is no longer being made, and they the Pentagon tried to hide that one of the planes was totally ruined. They said one had received damage, but come to find out, not only one plane was ruined. There were actually 2 of these important planes that gave a lot of information that were ruined. That's odd. I missed that. I guess Honest Abe is larger than I thought. I don't know what you're saying. The Arab clown show continues. Let's wrap this up, people. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, so you don't think that the lies from 45-47 needed to be wrapped up? Curious how that works. Israel deported 200,000 to 1 million Lebanese from their homes, and they are still taking over land in the West Bank from Palestinians, and they act as if we are in a war in Iran for any reason other than Israel telling 45-47 he must go there. Trump still hasn't sent planes to get their people, but want them out. Hey, Barron, it is good to see you. Okay, so let me get into some other things that I possibly wanted to share with you. Oh, I think this is a little possibility. It may be the whole damn video.
Written an open letter addressing the Americans. He asked the Americans, and I quote, exactly which of the American people's interests are truly being served by this war? Does the massacre of innocent children, the destruction of cancer treatment pharmaceutical facilities, or boasting about bombing a country back to the Stone Age serve any purpose other than further damaging the United States' global standing? End quote. I will upload his full letter on our Telegram channel. Details on the screen and also in the description of this video.
I'm gonna drop the link to this video in the chat as well. It is also in my description box because you may want to you actually may want to go over there to pull up his other page.
Iran today directly attacked the sanity of Donald Trump and his war criminal Israeli boss Benjamin Netanyahu by stunning them with a launch of Trump's address to the nation. Meanwhile, Iran has continued to strengthen its...
You may want to go over to this page. It's very interesting. You see some very interesting things on that page as well. So let me drop his link to this channel in the chat. I have already dropped it in my description box. So let's move forward.
This video. This is quite a powerful letter, and you must read it in full. Pezeshkian has deliberately released this letter ahead of Trump's address to the nation. Meanwhile, Iran has continued to strengthen its grip on the Strait of Hormuz. According to one report, as many as 400 ships carrying oil and gas are currently stranded in this waterway. Iran is letting certain countries' ships pass through after charging tolls in yuan. According to many journalists, this could become a new norm as Iran may not like to let go of this power.
You cannot put the genie back in the bottle. Iran now controls the Strait of Hormuz, and they will not give up that control under any circumstances.
And that means goodbye to the petrodollar, and that means partially goodbye to U.S. hegemony in this region. That means hello to a stronger alliance between Iran and Russia and China. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's going to come out of here that people don't understand and aren't counting on yet. But there's some serious consequences that are going to arise from this thing. Do you agree, Esteban?
I mean, I feel like the consequences are not being spoken about enough because it's not just about the fuel, right? It's not just about the actual oil or the liquefied natural gas. You're talking about the fertilizers, right? So you're talking about a food crisis. You're talking about helium supplies. Now you're talking about the crisis in the tech sector. And in particular for the US, I would be terrified of this one particular item
because the tech sector is the only thing the false ass tech sector is the only thing that is keeping the Dow up. All these billionaires saying that they're going to donate and they're going to invest so much in this tech firm, that tech firm. The tech sector is the only thing that is keeping our stock market alive, and not many people are in the in the stock market. And as they also let you know, after that bundled announcement that your president gave, the Dow is going down now. Let's continue.
We've been hearing for more than a year now about the AI bubble. And we've been hearing for more than a year now that the US economy only shows growth because of the massive investment that these tech companies are making on data centers. What happens when all of a sudden the chip makers can't make chips anymore and the data centers become redundant and all of that investment falls into risk? You're talking about a catastrophe that would make the 2008 financial crisis look like a day in the park, a sunny day in the park compared to what's looming down the horizon. And then, you have other crises, right? Like just to speak about what's happening, for example, in the southeast of Asia, they've already implemented work from home measures, emergency declarations, energy emergencies. They've canceled school, right? Like people it's essentially we're going back to the pandemic, right? Like many nations. And I feel like in the West, this is still seen as something that is not really going to affect us. You couldn't be more wrong because this is just around the
You couldn't be more wrong. Like I told you yesterday, other countries are already rationing things like gas, water. Other whole countries have their people rationing things, while the people in the U.S. Don't have any foresight that how impactful what is about to hit our nation is going to be. A lot of you do not have generators. If you need a generator, you preferably may need a solar power generator while you are blowing off money on drugs, alcohol, content creators who are blowing off money on drugs and alcohol. You may want to get you a solar powered generator because you may need it. You may want to get you a substantial first aid kit that has tourniquets and all of these things in it. You may want to get you some personal protection to protect yourself and your families from a standing distance without having to go hand-on-hand combat with people. You may want to get serious because other nations are serious. And it appears that the United States, who is smack dab in the middle of this, your government is not telling you the seriousness of the harm that they have put this nation in. Let's continue.
Gordon.
I will leave you with this powerful clip of Iranian women celebrating the 47th anniversary.
Okay, so let me share. I shared that link with you. I'm just giving you the information. Do with it as you choose.
To figure out. Let's go to the next one and put this up here on the screen. So basically, for the best we can tell, here's what happened. The last couple of days, 2 days prior, Sunday, very early morning, our time, the Turks, the Egyptians,
by the Iranians, but
this is talking about these bogus negotiations that Trump says that he's having with this new administration, allegedly that has taken over in Iran. So Iran.
Cahill over at Drop Site News spent a lot of time speaking with the Iranians, doing some reporting. Here's what he had to say.
The most breaking stuff I have for you is that Trump today posts on Truth Social that there's been this breakthrough, that he's pausing his threat to to bomb the Iranian electrical grid and other energy infrastructure, because there have been these talks going on between the United States and Iran. And Trump implies that he has some secret squirrel that he's talking to in Iran, and he doesn't want to name who it is because he doesn't want that person to be killed. It's unclear, does he mean by Israel or by the Iranians, you know? But what I'm told is that there have been no negotiations, direct negotiations with the United States, and that what the Iranian officials are telling me is that every time a third country comes to Iran and they say the United States wants to talk, Iran says, let us explain to you our conditions. And in short, what the Iranians are saying is that they will not agree to the kind of ceasefire that took place last June after the so-called 12-day war, because the Iranians view that as having been a gimmick to buy the United States and Israel time to rearm, to reposition, and then come back in with this full-blown war that they launched on February 28th. So they're saying they will.
So they're saying you want to negotiate. Here's 5 things. This is negotiate on this. This is all that negotiation needs to be on. And when you ready to talk, let's talk. 5 things, 15 things. Kiss my ass. 5 things you want to negotiate. Here it is. Negotiate 5 things.
Won't go for just a ceasefire that doesn't have conditions attached to it. They also want any cessation of the war not only to apply to Iran, but to apply to 2 other fronts of battle, as the Iranians see it, Iraq as well as Lebanon, where the Israelis are increasingly engaged in ground operations, very heavy bombing. Hezbollah, which Israel had said was wiped out, has been launching dozens upon dozens of rockets every single day into Israel. So they want those 2 countries also to be part.
They got that bitch. I just said earlier today when I was talking about, hey, Nappy Child, thank you for giving me that news. Breaking news, Pam Bimbo has been fired. I had just did a story on her and the shit that she put out about, by mistake, about Trump keeping those confidential records that helped enrich him in his business, and they were under seal by the judge, and that bimbo Pam Bundy was trying to be slick, and she released the wrong information, and now they are looking into what she did release that was supposed to be under seal, and that she would most likely, they were looking to fire her. So you telling me that they fired her? Let's find a story where Pam Bimbo was fired. Let me get a good one. Let me find somebody. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let me see. A breaking news. I don't know the Daily Signal. I'm not. Brian Tyler Cohen. I will go with him. Okay, here we go. Let me go with Brian Tyler Cohen. Oh, I may not be able to share. I may not be able to go with him because he's actually still live. Oh, is he? No, he's not live. Let me see. I bet you she's not going to be so flippant now when she has to sit under oath and answer questions. Oh, bitch, you are going to be under oath answering many questions, and you're not going to have your little burn book to tell the attorneys who are asking you questions about things that they have done in their professional lives, like you did these senators and congresspeople. Bitch.
New York Times is reporting that Donald Trump is considering firing Attorney General Pam Bondi and that her hold on her job is more tenuous than it's ever been. According to the Times, Mr. Trump has floated the idea of replacing Ms. Bondi with Lee Zeldin, the administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency. They spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss private deliberations by the president. Mr. Trump has not made a final decision, and Ms. Bondi's allies pointed to photos of her and the president traveling to the Supreme Court on Wednesday to dispute the notion that the president is planning to fire her. So let's dig into why.
That is the, oh my God. Hold on. That is the article that I had. Hold on. That is a YouTube video that I had to go with my earlier story about her giving out information. Now, he was about to get into the why. Hold on one second. Let's get into the why. I guess we're gonna have to watch it in some live news. I don't want to watch it on CBS. Considering firing. Hold on. Because the bitch needs to be fired. Now, White House official to MSNBC now, Trump told AG Bondi she'll soon be removed. Sources tell MSNBC now that Trump is privately discussing firing the Attorney General. Trump to fire her. U.S. News. Face the Nation. Let's go with Face the Nation. Here we go. Let me share this with you. So, according to Face the Nation, a live social pro, Pam Bondi is a great American patriot and a loyal friend who faithfully served as my Attorney General over the past year. Pam did a tremendous job overseeing a massive crackdown in crime across our country, with murderers plummeting to their lowest level since 1900. We love Pam, and she will be transitioning to a much needed and important new job. Remember, I told you he never fires anyone. He always gives them new position. Remember the fake position Christine Nome got fired as the Ice Barbie, and she has some mysterious make-believe created a position that she has moved to as well. Are we still firing these bitches who are incapable of doing their job properly? Are we still giving them salaries for these made up positions? Is what I want to know. We love Pam, and she will be transitioning to a much needed and important new job in the private sector. He's not even giving her a new job, and she won't have a job in government. He got one of her billionaires buddies to give her a job in the private sector to be announced at a date in the near future. And our Deputy Attorney General and very talented and respected legal mind, Todd Blanche, will step in to serve as acting Attorney General. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump. Now, Todd Blanche is the one who went to the prison to interview Ghislaine Maxwell. Todd Blanche, who had nothing to do with the prosecution of that case under the Department of Justice, because Maureen Comey's, James Comey's daughter, was the one who actually and successfully prosecuted the Epstein filed Ghislaine Maxwell to prosecution to the point that she was in the jail where Todd Blanche went to question her. So if anyone who wanted to question her, it seemed like it would have been Maureen Comey, but they had fired Maureen Comey because they wanted to get rid of her. All of this retribution against her father, James Comey, they fired her even though she was stellar in her job. And the person who's taking Pam Bimbo's place is the one who went into interviewed Maxwell. And after interviewing Maxwell, she got put in a Camp Cupcake prison where she had personal puppies, and she can order Uber Eats whenever she wants, and the warden is doing her copying and paperwork. The warden is her de facto secretary now. This Todd Blanche is taking over the FBI. I mean the Department of Justice. Pam Bimbo, you should have been more careful. This Todd Blanche is also Trump's former personal attorney. He was the one who sat there and was when he lost the 34 counts in New York City. This is the attorney, a loser who's going to be over the Department of Justice. The one who lost the 34 felony charges for 47. His personal attorney is going to be over the Department of Justice. Okay, let's see. Let's hear the announcement, shall we? Let's see how that went. Major Garrett. Oh, Major Garrett.
To replace her.
It's an excellent question, Jerika.
And just a couple of weeks from now, how much of that is playing into the president's decision to replace her?
It's an excellent question, Jerika. It's unclear, but there was a subpoena pending from the House Oversight Committee about then Attorney General, no longer Attorney General Pam Bondi's handling of the Epstein files and all related matters. That subpoena hung very heavily over what Congress may next want to learn and what the public may, through those inquiries, learn about the Epstein files and the Justice Department handling of it. Quite clearly, this Justice Department has not complied with the law that President Trump signed to release all of the Epstein files. That is a constant point of contention with members of Congress, mostly on the Democratic side, but not entirely. Plenty of Republicans want more information about what's still in the Justice Department's possession of the Epstein files. And now that Pam Bondi is out, she may seek to be removed from that subpoena authority of the House Oversight Committee, meaning she wouldn't have to testify at all. And there are plenty of Americans, Jerika, who watch the Epstein files and who look at this and say, wait a minute, is this a maneuver to keep the administration from having to answer more questions about what the Justice Department has in its possession, what it knows that the public still would like to know more about, but hasn't yet released? Keep your eye on that part of it. But to Nancy's point a moment ago, as Attorney General, Pam Bondi essentially told the president and the country the Justice Department was his. She invited him over to the Justice Department and made a speech basically saying, these lawyers, not in so many words, but by implication, work for you. Compromising in the eyes of many the independence of the
Many of whom the attorneys that she said worked for him quit their jobs because of the things that they were expected to do under her tenure as the head of the DOJ.
Justice Department, and she did try to investigate and indict many of the president's perceived political enemies. In some cases, those cases went forward and fell apart under judicial.
Like I spoke to you earlier about the case that fell apart that she is still trying to pursue against Leticia James, the one who successfully prosecuted 4547 under the 34 felony charges that he has been found to be a felon under, and which her understudy will now take her job. The understudy is the one who helped Trump lose those 34 felony charges and be found to be guilty as a felon. The person who was the attorney for that case is now taking her job. We spoke about this morning, curiously.
Scrutiny. Some did not even get Jerika past the basic hurdle of an indictment rendered by a grand jury that reviewed the prosecutorial evidence. That is extremely rare, and it speaks to the
same Pam Bondi who was told that Lindsay Halligan was not qualified for the position that she has because Trump could not select a second interim person in that position. So what did Pam Bimbo try to do? She tried to change the name of the position that Lindsay Halligan had, and she would sign. She was going to be the signature on anything that Lindsay Halligan presented to the court. This is the great mind of Pam Bimbo. Remember when we talked about all of this? Since Lindsay Halligan was not supposed to be in the position, she decided to change the title of the position, and any paperwork that Lindsay Halligan wanted to turn in to the court, wanted to file with the court, Pam Bimbo or Todd Blanche would personally sign the paper. They would be the mommy and daddy over Lindsay, unqualified for the position, Halligan, and Todd Blanche is taking over.
Underlying weaknesses of those cases. So Pam Bondi tried to do things for the president according to his dictates. That she was unsuccessful did not mean she didn't try. But one thing we can say about this matter, Jerika, there are, even though it's hard to sometimes discern them, limits to the value of loyalty to President Trump, because Pam Bondi was fiercely, aggressively, rhetorically, and every other way loyal to this president, and it still didn't allow her to keep her job.
Why is he being so generous to this fucking
Major, it wasn't that long ago that the president publicly made a comment on social media saying, "We cannot delay any longer. It is killing our reputation, our credibility." He called out Comey, Adam Schiff, Leticia James, question marks as to why they hadn't been more aggressively pursued. What does that mean moving forward for Todd Blanche, for the president's adversaries? Do you think we can expect to see more of an aggressive approach now?
It means the advocacy is there from the president of the United States, but it doesn't mean, Jerika, the underlying facts of those cases have changed. The law is still the law, and cases can only be brought successfully.
The law was still the law under Pam Bondi, and the man who was tasked after Trump put out this tweet on Live Social that Comey and Leticia James should be prosecuted. It looked bad if they weren't prosecuted. The man in charge of making any prosecutions for Leticia James and James Comey, he was fired because he told Pam Bimbo that there was no case to be filed against Comey and Leticia James. And so what did she do? She got rid of him and she replaced him with Lindsay Halligan. The law had always been the law, Major Garrett. You are a motherfucking sycophant. You are trying to make it seem like something has changed. No, Pam Bondi was willing to do illegal shit to put people in jail. That's what you're not saying. They were bringing Leticia James up on criminal charges. That's what you're not saying. Well, basically, the law is still, and now we see that Bill Pulte has also petitioned her to be cited under some erroneous mortgage insurance fraud. It has not even stopped for Leticia James. Now, I need to get this news from somebody beyond a Major Garrett because he's an ass kisser.
Between a sitting Attorney General and the sitting President of the United States.
At the White House, our chief White House correspondent. I know you've been looking at emails, gathering as much information as this news is breaking. Nancy, what more can you tell us in terms of what you're hearing from Democrats, from Republicans, about the firing of Attorney General Pam Bondi, former Attorney General Pam Bondi?
Right. Well, it certainly fits a pattern in this second term, Jerika, in which the president doesn't outright fire people and say that they were doing a bad job or that he thinks that they were doing a bad job, but rather says that he is going to be assigning them to a job that he thinks is more important for them. It appears he has internalized a criticism that he got quite frequently in his first term when he did fire a number of cabinet members and openly said that they were not doing a great job and then was asked, well, you know, you said you're a businessman, you choose the best people. Why did you choose all these people that you now think weren't up to the job you assigned them to do? And so this time around, and Pam Bondi is the second or third, depending on how you count, cabinet official to be eased out of her role in this second term.
Kaka Patel, I hope you are packing your bikinis because it has come out that bullet that killed Charlie Kirk didn't even match that gun that he had in his backpack in pieces, went on the roof, put the gun together, shot Charlie Kirk, changed, then dismantled the gun and hopped down off of the roof and then went into the woods and then put the gun back together. And in between all of this, taking the gun apart and putting the gun together, taking the gun apart, getting these notes from his transgender lover, talking about vehicles. Do you see any vehicles out there instead of saying cars and all of this? I love you, my love, my beloved, all of this Romeo and Juliet shit that was supposed to be the text messages from Tyler Robinson and his trans lover. Come to find out, if the bullet don't fit, you must acquit. The bullet that killed Charlie Kirk, you know, they said all of these gun experts who showed you a 30-aught gun piercing the simulated body. They did so many simulations of what a 30-aught bullet would have done to Charlie Kirk, and indeed it would have exploded his whole head. Come to find out why his head, people were trying to figure out, it could have been because it did this. No, it was because that was not the gun that held the shot that actually shot Charlie Kirk. Now, we know that Kakai Patel said that he solved the case within under 30-something hours when he absolutely never solved the case. He sat on the motherfucking tarmac bitching and moaning about not having an FBI flak jacket for a couple of hours and holding up a news, a press break about the shooting because he wanted a FBI jacket. Well, he You are the head of the FBI. If you wanted an FBI jacket, how come you didn't come wearing an FBI jacket? Oh, he forgot. So he was pouting in his private jet about not having an FBI jacket. And when a female agent took off her jacket for his little toddler ass, he got mad because it didn't have an FBI placard on the chest. So someone had to rip their FBI placard off the chest of his jacket for this little cockeyed man boy toddler that your president has over the FBI. The same cockeyed man boy toddler that fired people who have expertise in Iran a week before we went to war in Iran, who has expertise in all of their abilities, their cyber stalking abilities. The same man who fired the people who have expertise in what Iran is able to cyberly do to Americans. Then, what happened last week? Kakai Patel, personal email was hacked, allegedly by Iranians. Okay, so whose fault is any of all of this? Whose fault is any of all of these incompetent idiots being in your federal government? Whose fault is this? It's your fault, the MAGA voters. It's your fault for putting a competent, ignorant person in the White House. It's your fault. That's whose fault it is. Let's continue.
He has chosen to go a different route. So, for example, Mike Waltz, who was briefly his national security advisor at the beginning of his second term, is now the UN ambassador, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio is essentially doing double duty as the Secretary of State and national security advisor. And then just recently, the president announced that Kristi Noem, the embattled Department of Homeland Security secretary, would be moving on from her job and taking a role as a special envoy, instead working with South American countries to deal with cartels and other dangers from the South. And now we're just waiting to find out what position has been offered to Pam Bondi, whether she's going to take it, and what that will mean for her role going forward. But I think it's highly unlikely that we'll see a statement from President Trump slamming Pam Bondi, because she is someone, as Major mentioned, who has been so loyal to him well before we got into this second term of the President of the United States.
Nancy, as you were speaking, the president just released through Truth Social a comment saying, Pam Bondi is a great American patriot, a loyal friend who faithfully served as my attorney general over the past year. Pam did a tremendous job overseeing a massive crackdown in crime across our country, with murders plummeting to their lowest level since the 1900s. We love Pam.
Hold on. I see an idiot in the chat. You have no idea what you're even talking about. Be specific. Give me an example of me not having an idea of what I'm speaking of. Be specific. I'll wait. Let's continue. I'm still waiting. Be specific about what I have no idea on what I'm speaking of. Hey, the Bushes, it's good to see you. In fairness, the bullet wasn't able to be identified at all. It could still have been from. It could still have been from that gun. No, it could not have been from that gun. That's why they say the bullet did not come from that gun. Period. Rock Inc. Bye, Blondie. Okay. So I'm waiting on, in specific, what do I not know that I'm speaking of? Since you want to say that I don't know what I'm talking about, I need some specifics. Because I know what I'm talking about.
And will be transitioning to a much needed and important new job in the private sector to be announced at a date in the near future. And our Deputy Attorney General and a very talented and respected legal mind, Todd Blanche, will step in to serve as acting Attorney General. That, again, a statement from President Donald Trump. So just that information coming in. Again, it's live TV, Nancy, but thank you so much for your coverage, Major Garrett. Again, the news today, the 87th Attorney General of the United States now out after just a year. Our coverage will continue on CBS News 24/7, your local news.
So this would be in my description box. It would be technically number 10. I'm just going to put Bimbo fired. It would be in my description box under Bimbo fired. Now, I found the article that I wanted to go with the story of Pam Bimbo. Let's see, could this also be a reason why this White House is being led astray by the representatives that refuse to follow the law in this White House? Let me bring you to something that I was looking to share with you earlier, but I was unable to find it, so I didn't want to hold up the chat. But let's see, could this be a pertinent reason? Exclusive. This is an Axios. Exclusive. Trump's DOJ says he's not required to turn over official records. Did you know that Trump's DOJ 20 hours ago, that would be prior to Bimbo being fired, they took the position that Trump's DOJ says he's not required to turn over official records? Did you know that? That is what I wanted to talk to you about earlier. I am so glad I found it. Okay. I did have it saved too. Oh, I forgot to pull it up. I already had it saved. Okay. President Trump's Justice Department has concluded that a federal law requiring president's records to be turned over to the government is unconstitutional, a senior White House official tells Axios. Why it matters. The finding is an indication that Trump will be reluctant to give all of his official records to the National Archives at the end of his term, as presidents have done for nearly a half century under the President's Record Act of 1978. So, we know that Doge has been hiding their records under the disappearing app of Signal. We know that Pete Kegbreath, the Defense Secretary, Christy Nome has used the Signal app. We know that J.D. Vance has been on a Signal app communication. We know, Tulsi Gabbard has been on. Susie Wiles, his chief of staff. We know that all of them are tempted to gang together in a group chat on Signal, the disappearing app. So what other information and meetings of this secretary have gone down on an unofficial app that will automatically erase the evidence of any type of chat group, emails, correspondence that this administration has been having on God knows what topics. Why it matters. Okay, we found out. The law passed in the post-Watergate era as a hedge against government corruption states that every official record regarding a president's decisions or policies belongs to the U.S. government, not the president. Trump has shown that he disagrees with the law. When he left office in 2021, after his first term, he kept many official documents, including some classified materials. The classified materials that I was telling you about earlier in the show that actually could have benefited him in his private businesses. That classified material that was only authorized for 6 people in the government to see, that he alleged showed to people from Saudi Arabia in his plane? That type of information? Okay. When he left office in 2021, after his first term, he kept many official documents, including some classified materials. He was indicted by President Biden Justice Department for doing so and allegedly trying to hide them from federal investigators. The case was dropped after Trump was reelected in 2024 by Eileen Cannon. Why? What they are saying the Trump Justice Department legal counsel concluded that the president's Presidential Record Act is exceeds Congress' powers at the expense of the constitutional independence and autonomy of the executive branch, according to the White House official. Congress does not have the power to compel an entire branch of government to create and save every single possible piece of paper, the official added. The White House has not been destroying documents, the official said. Trump has instructed White House employees to preserve their records for historical value and administrative record of policy decisions and actions, litigation needs, and to explain past actions and guide future ones, the official said. Employees' emails and electronic documents are not being deleted. Congress always has been able to obtain information from the executive branch via the give and take of the negotiation process, the White House official said. President Trump, well, we know that's a lie because there was no give and take when he was told that he had to turn over these confidential records. And we saw videos of him having his lawn boy or his maintenance worker move all these papers into a dark, dank basement. So we know that that's bullshit. Congress has always been able to obtain information from the executive branch via give and take of the negotiation process. The White House official says President Trump will continue to do just that. The background: when the president leaves office, a Presidential Records Act requires the White House to send all official records to the National Archives and Records Administration. The NARA makes the records available to the public several years after the administration. Flashback: Trump has had several run-ins with the Presidential Records Act. During his first term, he tore up some documents that had to be taped together by his staff. The 37-count indictment Trump faced for allegedly mishandling classified documents included images of boxes of records that were stored in a bathroom at his Mar-a-Lago estate. What's next? Any move by Trump to retain classified documents when he leaves office in 2029 is likely to draw legal challenges, particularly if Democrats control either the House or the Senate then. The White House is weighing next steps and plans to discuss with the NARA how to proceed moving forward, the official said. How to proceed forward. Proceed forward like every other president before you have proceeded forward. They're uniquely different from any other president. They need to see how to proceed forward since they want to break the law. It is unclear whether the administration will try to get Congress to overturn or change the Presidential Records Act, or will challenge it in court, or will he just steal whatever confidential documents that he want, like he did the last time he was in office. So I didn't know if you guys were aware that is one of the things that the DOJ has proclaimed about the abilities that Trump has to access or not turn over official records in the White House. That is the position that the Pam Bimbo DOJ has taken. Now, let me I'm going to drop that in the description box. I'm sure some of you may want to peruse that as well. So I will drop that. That is clip 11. Since Bimbo being fired is clip 10. Just in case you want to understand what the Trump administration is doing in broad daylight. Okay, so I got that. Now, is there something else I don't want to forget? Oh, yes. Let's get to these jobs. Wait, let me let's get to these jobs right quick, shall we? Are you guys? I told you. I think it was last week or the week before last. It's funny how a time just really flies. Now we know the Ellisons are combining. I think it's Paramount and Warner Brothers. They are making big purchases. They own TikTok. They are doing a merger. I believe it's with Paramount and Warner Brothers. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. That's not the one I want. 1 second. There is something that I had about. I can't remember. I can't remember. I apologize. I hate that I cannot remember what it was about that Oracle. Oh, I can remember what I have about that Oracle stuff. Um, Oracle is about to lay off 30,000 workers. And you know how they found out? They found out in an email. If you are unaware that he is over Oracle, he is the uh, creative of Oracle. I told you 2 weeks ago that Oracle was considering firing 30,000 workers. And here is the story about Oracle. They are investing more of their money into AI. Oracle lays off up to 30,000 staff with a 6 a.m. email. Isn't that nice? I remember I showed you he has one of the largest yachts in the world, and those people taped a little note over his yacht saying something propaganda yacht because he is taking over all of this media, and instead of getting real news, we are getting a news under the authority of Barry Weiss, who is saying that they can't do stories on 60 Minutes unless they have equal time from people from the left and the right talking about the story, even if the story has already cleared the attorneys for the story. Oh no, we can't do this story unless you have Stephen Miller have his comments on the story, when the story has absolutely nothing to do with Stephen Miller. But we must have someone from the right chime in on the story. So here we are about Oracle. Oracle lays up to 30,000 staff with a 6 a.m. email. Can you imagine that? How personable is he? Let me enlarge this for myself. Okay. Tech giant Oracle has laid off thousands of its workforce in a massive job cuts that could reportedly impact 30,000 employees globally amid the company's push to fund more artificial intelligence infrastructure. Employees in the US, India, Canada, Mexico, and other countries began receiving jobs termination emails from Oracle leadership at about 6 a.m. Local time Tuesday, sparking what could be the largest layoff in the company's history. Business Insiders first reported. About 12,000 of the company's employees in India have been laid off, according to a local news report. Oracle termination emails to its laid off staff cited a broader organizational change in what is widely seen as a reference to the tech giant's recent push to build more AI data centers. After careful consideration of Oracle's current business needs, we have made the decision to eliminate your role as part of a broader organization change. As a result, today is your last Today is your last working day, the email reportedly said. Yeah. So if you don't believe that these multi-billionaires who are going to be siphoning out what is fact in the news for you, uh, beware. Beware who is going to be giving you their spin on the news, as they not tell you about all of the jobs that they want to take from you, and they don't tell you anything about this what do these fools always say? Well, they must gonna give everybody a base income if they're taking all the jobs. No, you hear them talk about taking all the jobs. You hear them talking about AI. They never talk about giving you a goddamn thing, much less no base income, because you don't have a job. If they wanted you to have a job, they wouldn't have created the job that you have to be done by AI. If they wanted to pay you for a motherfucking job, why are you thinking they are giving all the jobs to AI? Because they don't want to pay you for no job. Believe that they're going to give us some universal income. Okay. Anyway, you know, I just wanted to share that with you, just in case you were. There is another article. I'm just going to read a brief little part of this article. Why I just want you to understand what is important to these billionaires. It's not paying you to do nothing because they have taken all the jobs from Americans. It's not about you. It's about them. And who they think is going to buy all of these products, I don't have a clue whom, but it's not Americans. This is not in an American market. Oracle slashes thousands of jobs while doubling down on AI expansion. Oracle cuts thousands of jobs as investor concerns grow over its $500 billion AI data center push, raising questions about risk, strategy, and long-term returns. Oracle has begun cutting thousands of jobs as it seeks to ease investors' concerns about the scale of its AI data center spending. So they're going to continue to spend the money on data centers, but they're going to continue to do that, they are going to get rid of your jobs. Even though the data centers are not up to perform the things that they are telling you that these data centers are going to perform to be able to do your jobs, but they're going to put you out of your job while they just create data centers. And let's be real. All of this AI has been underperforming all of the high tech bullshit that they have been trying to sell everybody about this AI. AI has been woefully underperforming. Okay. Let's not forget Robert F. Kennedy decided to do he turned in a health summary, and he used AI to do it. It was full of dead links. It was full of wrong information. It was full of information accredited to one person when another doctor actually did these studies. He used AI to do his job, and I know I hear a lot of people talk about how they are using AI to do their jobs. Well, RFK Jr. found out the hard way when people went through his submitted paper that he put in to the U.S. government about your health, and they found out that RFK Jr. Mailed it in using AI with dead links and bullshit theories that had not been proven. And he's over your health and human services. God forbid. So they are telling you how much AI is going to be better for everything that is done in the workforce and all of this. And all of this is a bunch of bullshit. AI is still being trained by you dummies who are using AI in your workplace to prompt AI to learn what you do in your workplace, so you can eliminate your own jobs, you dummies. Okay, so that's that. Okay. Oracle has begun cutting thousands of jobs as it seeks to ease investor concerns about the scale of its AI data center spending. The enterprise software giant announced a huge increase in expenditures tied to building out of its AI capacity in 2025, including a $500 billion Stargate project with OpenAI and SoftBank intended to be operational by the end of the decade, but investors have soured on Oracle plans, with many worried that it has overextended itself in a bid to become a key player in the AI revolution. The layoffs started on Tuesday, with Business Insider reporting that more than a dozen Oracle workers had announced that they were made redundant. A few of the employees were software engineers, suggesting that cuts are spread across multiple roles at the company. A mood change since the 2025 high. The mood at Oracle has shifted over the past few months, with its stock prices down 26% this year, more than any other tech mega cap. In January, the company said it planned to raise an additional $50 billion in capital for data center and AI infrastructure, a move that was poorly received. Oracle was later forced to commit to no further capital injections for the rest of the year. Oracle has not commented on the layoff, but a report earlier this month indicated that the company has been planning them for some time. It believes AI advances will reduce the need for certain roles. It appears to be a season of layoff. Amazon, Salesforce, Meta, and Block Inc. have all announced thousands of jobs cuts, offering often citing AI efficiencies as the reason. Some critics have accused these companies of AI washing, using the technology as a convenient justification for layoffs that were already likely planned. I believe that as well. These people are laying off people just so they can make more money for themselves. Let's keep it a buck. These people just are looking to make money for themselves. They don't care how society around them gets by. They have no plan for the greater society or the greater mankind. I believe that they believe that to get to a greater society or a greater mankind, a lot of people in our current society have to wither on the vine. And this link is in my description box if you want to see it, because while they talk about the stock market is absolutely propped up on these rich bastards circle jerking each other's companies and pretending like they are actually doing something that is worthwhile. And all they are doing is trying to keep money in their pockets, in the pockets of their family members. Let's continue. The link is number 13 in the chat. If you want to, read about that, let me see. The layoffs do not indicate that Oracle will pull back on its data center investment, although both the company and its investors are already seeing more headroom, and its obligations jump 359% in 2025 to 455 billion, following a 300 billion agreement with OpenAI. You see, OpenAI and Oracle, they get together, and then Meta is going to invest so much in OpenAI, and then Oracle is going to invest so much in Meta. It's a bullshit. It's bullshit. Billionaires whacking off other billionaires at the expense of giving you some false security in the stock market, which most Americans are not in. So they can continue to point at a stock market that does not affect the lives of most Americans and say, hey, but the stock market is doing well. You notice how many times during this Iran war shit, they tell you, but hey, the stock market is doing fine. You know, it did dip a little bit, but hey, look at the stock market. It has nothing to do with you, most of you, and how you live your lives. Hey, look at the stock market. Oh no, we have no history. No, we have absolutely no history. You are a fucking what history we have is the fact that you took your stupid ass over there and talked about me having diabetes and a black neck and all of this shit. Bitch, I have no diabetes. I have no black anything. The black skin I have on my body is the black skin that I was born with. You big gut, a no tooth having motherfucker. We don't have no history. You a piece of trash, motherfucker. You are a piece of trash who try to make people think that you are important as you lay down and pay out your money for attention, motherfucker. No, you ain't blocked. You're just ignored, motherfucker. You are like you are every time you go somewhere in life. You are ignored. Hey, Very Carey, how are you doing? My God, today. He's not classy. He can't keep it classy. We don't have any history. He's a motherfucking do bitch for do girls. Please. Hey, Big Riggs, I didn't see you come in. It's good to see you. Okay. Well, damn. Well, damn. This motherfucker want to sit up on a bitch who lives to dox people and talk about me. Motherfucker, talk about yourself. Talk about how your life got doxed from under you to the point that you lost your motherfucking job because you so stupid and you so caught up in YouTube bullshit. Talk about yourself, motherfucker. Don't talk about me because you don't know nothing to say about me. You want to play with silly bitches? Don't come over here thinking you gonna play with me, because I don't play. I don't play with none of you motherfuckers. I don't play with none of you who think that it is cute and funny to try to interfere with someone's real life when there's real shit going on in this world. I don't play with any of you who have no respect for real life because you don't know how to live your own real lives. I don't respect any of that. I don't play around like some of the shit that you guys do will get a motherfucker hurt. And you know the shit that you do will get motherfuckers hurt. Keep playing. Keep playing. Keep playing your stupid games around here. And then all of you will be piled up. Oh, I didn't know. Oh, that's so sad. Oh, no, some shit should be expected from the abhorrent behavior that you grown old motherfuckers emit around here. I would be embarrassed to be a do-girl for a bitch who is so stupid. The best she can do for herself is get herself locked up. I would be embarrassed to turn around and be this bitch's do-girl. Get the fuck out of my face. I would be embarrassed to be a do-girl for a bitch who can't stop eating that she weighs 600, 700, 800 pounds. I would be embarrassed to be a do-girl for bitches who gotta lose weight by putting needles in their bodies. I would be embarrassed to be that do-bitch. Stay the fuck out of my room, you dumb bastard. All right, let's continue. All right. Did I get off track? That's your fault, Leonard. Leonard, I saw your comment and you got me off track. Okay, let me see. What else do I have? Is there anything else? I think that maybe I'll hit the like button on your way in or out. Let me see. Let me double check. There is nothing else. Oh. Let me share this with you since I brought up that Charlie Kirk situation. I saw this on Secular Talk, of course, one of my favorite shows. I will drop the link. Kyle Kalinske is one of my favorite. All right, y'all, buckle up. If you don't know, you should go over there and check out Secular Talk with Kyle Kalinske. He gives the news in plain English like I like it. In plain English, cursing and all. Plain English.
Man, here we go. So as you all know, Kash Patel has destroyed this Charlie Kirk case 15 ways to Sunday. It's incredibly humiliating. It's incredibly embarrassing. They never knew what the fuck. They didn't know if Tyler Robinson was the right guy. Not even close. Not even close. These are the people who, there was a shooting of ICE detainees, right? And then they went up to the rooftop and found bullets that said, or casings that said anti-ICE on them. Okay, well then why didn't they shoot the ICE agents as opposed to the detainees is point number one. Point number two, anti-ICE? anti-ICE. I think you need to demote whatever FBI agent wrote that shit and not fuck ICE. What is wrong with these people? Okay, you can't trust a single motherfucking thing coming out of Trump's agencies, including the FBI. Kash Patel is a joke. Kash Patel wants to be a frat boy chugging beer with the winning NHL the winning U.S. men's Olympic hockey team. That's what he wants to do. He still wishes he wants to do that, and he wants to fly to 17 different places to watch his shitty girlfriend sing the national anthem at dumbass NRA events. That's what he wants to do. He's not in a position to lead the FBI. He's not a serious person.
Wait a minute. He doesn't mean to be this mean. He even though his girlfriend is some unknown country singer, and that shouldn't be jetting around on FBI private jets on your dime. Did he have to say that she was a shitty singer? Let's continue.
The only reason he got picked for this position is because he wrote a children's book sucking off Trump and saying he should be a king. I'm not kidding. The other thing is he was selling a pill, a supplement, to reverse the COVID vaccine. He's a total scam artist. He's a total loser, Looney Tunes.
A total grifter, and he gets the position as the FBI, the head of the FBI. A grifter who had a 60-some names in the back of said book of hit list of people who were part of the deep state, that if he ever had power, he would go after these 60-some people.
Scam artist, okay? Well, now guess what? Look at this from the Daily Mail. Bullet used to kill Charlie Kirk did not match rifle allegedly used by suspect Tyler Robinson. New court filing claims. Oh boy. They say the bullet that killed conservative commentator Charlie Kirk may not match the rifle used by suspected killer Tyler Robinson, a bombshell new court filing states. Robinson, 22, is facing capital murder charges and a potential death sentence for Kirk's murder at Utah Valley's University on September 10th. But his defense attorneys now argue that the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives was unable to identify the bullet recovered at autopsy to the rifle allegedly tied to Mr. Robinson. The defense team may now offer the ATF firearm analyst's testimony as exculpatory evidence. They said in a motion filed on Friday to push the preliminary hearing back at least 6 months, Fox News reports. It also notes that DNA reports filed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation and ATF will take time for the defense team to analyze because reports indicated that several different DNA samples were found on some items of evidence. Oh, wow, isn't that crazy? As these cases indicate, determining the number of contributors to a DNA mixture and determining whether the FBI and the ATF reliably applied validated and correct scientific procedures is a complicated process which requires the assistance of various types of experts, including forensic biologists, geneticists, system engineers, and statisticians, all of whom must review and evaluate several different categories, the filing states, according to Deseret News. Robinson's attorney adds that they have received about 20,000 electronic audio files, videos, and written documents that prosecutors have presented as evidence in the case. Ladies and gentlemen, they are barbecue chicken. Let me explain something to you. All of those weird YouTube channels that you saw in the wake of Charlie Kirk being killed, these, basically like guns and ammo YouTube channels, and a bunch of them took a 30-06, which is allegedly the same rifle used, and they demonstrated from that distance what it would look like if you shot like a pumpkin or whatever else. They had a whole bunch of different things that they would shoot. Basically, every expert said, if it was a 30-06 and it was used from the distance they say, Charlie Kirk's head would have been blown smooth off his fucking body. Okay? This was not a 30.
Now, I watched several of those videos. Some of them had those jail mannequins with some type of metal innards that represented the bones. All of them were shattered all the way open. There was no more simulation of a head sitting on anything. All of them were cracked open. I think I played one on my channel. I didn't want to bemoan you guys with all of the theories that were coming out. Now, he says something about Candace Owens. But one thing that I will say about Candace Owens, people didn't start doubting this until Candace Owens started talking about this. There was no backlash. They had this guy laying in state at the Capitol building, and they refused to allow Jesse Jackson, who brought back hostages, military hostages. They refused to let him lay in state, but they had this racist laying in state in your state capitol. understand that I am not a fan of Candace Owens, but had not Candace Owens been on the trail, a lot of this shit would have been covered up. The simple fact that the medical examiner said that the bullet was still in his body, and that he was so vague about any the condition of the bullet or anything like that. The medical examiner couldn't just clearly say that the bullet that was in his body did not match the gun that they. No, he couldn't say any of that. The medical examiner usually give a thorough report of what type of caliber of bullet that they found in the body, or and he was the strongest person alive because the bullet didn't exit his body. The medical examiner gave you bullshit, but it was one of these conspiracy theorists who also connect you to the fact that everyone in the hospital that worked with Charlie Kirk allegedly had recent contact with Israeli people, or were Israeli themselves. I don't know. I didn't check all that out, but that's what they're saying. That's what the people are saying. The street is saying that everyone who in the hospital, from the medical examiner to all of the people who were instrumental in the investigation of this thing, has some Israeli contacts. That's what the people are saying. I'm not saying it. I didn't research it. I'm just saying what the people are saying. Do with that at what you will. Now, we also have Joe Kent, the white supremacist, in my view, the Proud Boy. I'll hire a Proud Boy on my campaign to lose Congress in Washington State. That Joe Kent, that friend of the Proud Boys, he also said that Charlie Kirk told him the last time he saw him in the West Wing to make sure that they don't find a reason to go to war in Iran. Now, who was Joe Kent? Joe Kent was over counterintelligence. Joe Kent, who was fired by 4547 here just recently. Joe Kent, who said that he wanted to further investigate the Charlie Kirk death. But Joe Kirk said that they forbade him for further investigating the Charlie Kirk death. If you don't know about all of this type of shit, this is what Joe Kent is saying out of his own mouth. He said that something about the Charlie Kirk death didn't seem right. And now we find out that the whole motherfucking bullet doesn't match. Now, let's get to the governor of the state of Utah. The governor of the state of Utah stood his ass up there and told you how many times that Tyler Robinson changed clothes. Why would the governor sit up there and tell you how many times Tyler Robinson changed clothes? Because he was trying to explain away why there was no gunpowder residue anywhere on Tyler Robinson. Oh, he changed his clothes. Like that's going to, changing your clothes is going to eliminate gunpowder residue on your body. It'll help in some cases help spread it onto different parts of your body. But he changed clothes here and he changed clothes and he partially he just changed his pants here and then he changed his shirt there and he changed all of his clothes here. Now, I've already talked about the retarded ridiculousness of them saying that you see him on his way up to the rooftop. The gun is in his backpack. It is unassembled. When he gets to the rooftop, he assembles the rifle and then he takes his shot and then he goes back to the middle of the roof and he disassembles his rifle once again. How do they know? Because he left a screwdriver on top of the roof. And that's how he disassembled the rifle. And then he jumps down. You see him jump down, and then he goes to the woods, and he does what? He reassembles the rifle. Without the screwdriver he used to disassemble the rifle that he left on the roof. He goes in the woods and he reassembles the rifle. Your FBI told you, and the governor of Utah told you that he reassembles the rifle and leaves it there to be found by the cops. And I'm going to try to go back and get the rifle, but I see police vehicles around, and talking like he's from the old world of English or something, talking about my love to his alleged trans partner. And where is this trans partner? Don't you find it peculiar of your modern day media? Nobody has tried to interview Tyler Robinson's roommate. Is Tyler Robinson roommate willingly under police protection, or unwillingly under police? Where's Tyler Robinson's roommate, who was allegedly trans, who liked to wear furries? Where is this person? Is he being held for his good or against his will? I'm just curious that no media person has ever talked about interviewing this. I personally haven't even seen any interviews with his family members. I haven't seen any interviews with Charlie Kirk's family members. I haven't seen. The like to get interviews so quick, people haven't even had a cursory interview with Charlie Kirk's mother, father, to see how they're doing. But
the outsix, they have no idea if they got the right guy. In fact, I told you guys the massive discrepancies in the story. Remember, it's Kash Patel and fucking Dan Bongino who are going, oh no, trust us, we got the right guy. Trust you? I don't trust you with fucking anything. You lied about the Epstein files directly to our fucking face. He definitely killed himself. Are you kidding me? And I'm supposed to trust you on this? They tell us Tyler Robinson was caught on video going to the roof to take the shot. The rifle was broken down. Okay. He gets up there, he puts the rifle together, he shoots. Then he undoes the rifle after he shoots Charlie Kirk. He doesn't run immediately. He undoes the rifle, puts it away, runs, jumps down, goes into the woods, and then puts the rifle together and leaves it there in the woods, waiting for the FBI to come find it. There's not a single person dumb enough in America to believe that story. There's not a single person who would hear that and go, yeah, that makes sense. That's plausible. It doesn't make sense. It makes no sense. Don't even get me started on the letter, the letter which looks like it was written by an out-of-shape 47-year-old FBI agent trying to sound like a, hey, girly, what's the haps, babe? I need to hide out in my vehicle. Like the wording of that thing did not at all sound like it was coming from somebody that's Tyler Robinson's age, right? So the ammo doesn't match the rifle. The story of getting the rifle in and of itself makes absolutely no sense. They fired the person who was the head of the FBI in that particular region of the country soon before the shooting. And so that expert was out of the picture. They didn't know whether they were coming or going. Kash Patel was trying to do hits on TV to look like Mr. Tough Guy. He says, I went in there and I told them, no more of this Mickey Mouse crap. We got to get down to business going after Charlie Kirk's killer. What do you think? You're in a fucking movie? You little twerp? What the fuck is wrong with you? Do your job. Why do you have to go out there and stunt fucking pose for right-wing Twitter? Like, nobody gives a shit about your little right-wing sycophantic online Twitter group that you desperately try to get applause from and pats on the head from. So anyway, this is what's happening now. I don't know if they're going to have anywhere near enough evidence to convict this guy. I really don't. Because the official story makes absolutely positively no sense. And by the way, let me just state for the record that, of course, does not mean that, Candace Owens with her maximalist fucking conspiracies where, she says, this thing came to me in a dream and then it happened in reality. Like, no, you don't need to go all the way into Candace.
Well, Candace Owens, I am not a supporter of a watcher of Candace Owens, but Candace Owens had me watching a few of her videos where she talked about this, and obviously more than Candace Owens was talking about this, and I think that a lot of people were right in their assertions to take a second look at what was really going on in this Charlie Kirk situation. Now, I said I was going to, I am not a fan of some people, so I forget to watch them. I said that I was going to bite the bullet and possibly watch Candace Owens interview the Proud Boy hiring Joe Kent because she should indeed have good questions for him since she has been on the prowl on this story for so long. But I ain't even bothered to watch it. I just tell you the truth. I can't stomach certain content creators and having her and Joe Kent talking at the same time. It's a little too much for me. So that's all the news that I have for you today. Let me see if anything new has broken out before I leave you. Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, that's all we got. I don't have anything more. Enjoy the rest of your day. Chrissy Nome came out with a statement behind her husband being busted with those big lopsided uh, boobs under his shirt and in his pink hot pants and with his lips all cursed and pursed and everything. She came out with a statement that she is just so taken aback and she is so hurt. Bitch, we listen. Chrissy Nome, I would be of the thought in mind that, of course, you knew that your husband had this type of kink because in all honesty, it appears that you try to turn your actual body into the type of particular kink that your husband has. So, Christy, no, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it at all. I know how freaky some of you it's your culture of some of you to be just freaky and uh, just whole freaks and hoes swapping and sharing your alleged loved ones with each other. I know that that's part of your culture, bitch. Go sit down. Christy, no, go sit the fuck the entire fuck down. We need to watch hard face, hard ass, pantsuit wearing Pam Bimbo try to look effeminate and try to look chest fallen behind her hiring and her new position that she has in the private sector. Bitch, bye to both of you motherfuckers. All right, I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. And I will be here on, will I be here on tomorrow? You didn't see the picture of Very Carey of her husband wearing lopsided boobs? Oh my God. You didn't see the picture of Chrissy Nome's husband. They had pictures of him being a cross dresser, and he had these big Dolly Parton boobs under his shirt, and one nipple was pointing up towards his ear, and the other nipple on the other shirt was pointing straight for you. Oh, it was a whole mess. You haven't seen that picture? I cannot believe I'm going to have to find that picture for Very Carey. I can't believe you're going to make me find this picture, Very Carey. I did a story on that on yesterday. Let me see. Okay. 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 Here is the best picture that I can find. Let me share this with you very carefully. I hope she has the sound on. This is the best picture I can find without going through my videos. Here it is, very curious. Can you see this? Oh, God. They messed up the... there it is. You see, that's her husband right there in big boobs and dressed up. You see... Let's go in. Let's go in. Let's go in.
That I could talk about, but this was the breaking news that you all expected from me. I do have other things down the pipeline, more depressing stories, but I thought that I'd take a break and do a less depressing, more disturbing in some ways video about the Kristi Noem big titty husband fetish situation, which is genuinely perplexing to me. Nonetheless, not surprising, because conservatives are the freakiest people ever. Like, they'll lead you to believe that they're... Let's just dive into the story, because there's a lot to unpack. So we're going to go to Mediaite, because the Daily Mail, who published the story, has paywalled the story. Nonetheless, there's a summary from Mediaite, and they report Brian Noem, the husband of former Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, was accused on Tuesday of living a double life as a crossdresser, obsessed with donning huge fake boobs and talking to fetish models online. In a jaw-dropping report published on Tuesday, Daily Mail chief investigative reporter Josh Boswell and senior reporter Ben Ashford published several photos of a man identified by the newspaper as Noem, posing for the camera in large fake breasts and hot pants while pouting. The two reporters also spoke to several fetish models who claimed to have had an online relationship with Noem involving, quote, bimbofication, a kink centered around women becoming real-life Barbie dolls with gigantic proportions. Kristi Noem's husband is today revealed as a secret crossdresser who dons gigantic fake breasts and pink hot pants to chat with online fetish models, reported Boswell and Ashford, who claimed Noem lavished praise on their surgically enhanced bodies, confessed his lust for huge, ridiculous boobs, and even made indiscreet remarks about his 34-year marriage to former Homeland Secretary Kristi. That is insane. Noem, who reportedly made thousands of dollars in payments to sex workers, allegedly asked one fetish model to turn him into a girl before asking her whether he should put on leggings. My mind is utterly blown by this. I will never understand the sex lives of conservatives. They claim that everybody else, they're just degenerates, LGBT.
So I'll drop this link for you. I covered the story yesterday. I thought that you were familiar with it. He likes big tits and he cannot lie. Okay, here is the link to that story. You can go check my story out on yesterday. It is all in the news. No, not lopsided boobs. Yes, lopsided boobs. Thank you. I appreciate your support, Albo Raha. I think it's Raha. Okay, so that's the link to that's the link to the Kristi Noem story. I'll go over there and support I think he's a humanist channel. I do like his stuff and like it a lot as well. Let me see, what is the name of his channel again? The Humanist Report. Yes, he does a great work over there. I'll go over there and check him out. And I appreciate you all coming to spend some time with me. All the links that I use while live are in my description box. I'll go over there and check them out. And And I think that's all. That's all I have. Have a great remainder of your day, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Yes, I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right, guys. Hope you have a blessed remainder of your day. Bye-bye. Thank you. I appreciate your support.